Historical Series, Book 4, Part 1, Stories of the Olden Times, compiled and arranged by James Johonnot, New York, D. Appleton and Company, 1889. This book is in the public domain and is being read by a dyslexic woman, so words, titles, names might be something you've never heard of before. Preface. When we go back to the early history of any people, we find that fact and fiction are strangely blended and that the stories told are largely made up of traditions distorted and exaggerated by the imagination and time. The myths, however, is valuable as representing the first steps of a nation in the evolution of its literature from a barbaric state and as indicating special national characteristics. The myths of the Greeks, for example, are chiefly derived from the traditions extant when the alphabet was invented and are preserved in the poetic stories of Homer and Virgil. Combined, they make that mythology which grew up in Greece and which is now so largely permeates the literature of every civilized language. The first stories given in this book are myths. They stand first in the order of precedence because they stand first in the order of time. The myths are followed by a few parables and fables, forms of stories which from the earliest times have been used to apply some well-established principles of morals to practical conduct. Next follows legends, where we are called upon to separate the probable from the improbable, the truth from the false. Herodotus, the father of history, if it's pronounced wrong, remember I'm dyslexic, wrote his account of the Persian Empire several hundred years after the event took place, in which he has recorded the story. The stories had been preserved by his day by tradition. In the traditional stories and in the truer records which follow, the pupil will see the play of the same emotions and passions which acute men at the present time and the careers of the great conqueror Frederick and Napoleon differ little essentially from those of Alexander and Caesar. Tyranny remains the same forever, encroaching upon human liberty and limiting the field of human conduct. It will be seen also that from a state of barbarism, there has been a general evolution which more and more places men under the protection of equal laws. These books are to be used mainly for the stories they contain, but as simple reproduction in speech or in writing, we have the best possible language lesson. The value of the book may be entirely lost by catechisms which demand the literal reproduction of the text. So we're going to start the table of contents. First book, Myths. Arion. Arion was a famous musician who dwelt at the court of Periander, king of Corinth, with whom he was a great favor. There was a musical contest in Sicily, and Arion longed to compete for the prize. He told his wish to Periander, who besought him like a brother to give up the thought. "Pray stay with me," he said, and he He who strives to win may lose. Arion answered, a wandering life best suits the free spirit of a poet, a talent which if God bestows upon me, I would fain make a source of pleasure to others. If I win the prize, how will the enjoyment of it be increased by the consciousness of my wide spread fame? He went on to he went, won the prize, and embarked on his wealth in the Corinthian vessel for home. On the second morning after setting sail, the wind breathed mild and fair. "Oh, Periander," he exclaimed, "dismiss your fears. Soon shall you forget them in my embrace. With the lavish offerings we shall display our gratitude to the gods, and how merry we will be at the vestal board." The wind and the sea continued favorably. Not a cloud dimmed the firmament. He had not trusted too much to the ocean, but to man he had. He overheard the seamen plotting to get possession of his treasure. Presently they surrounded him, loud and mutinous, and said, "Arion, you must die. If you would have a grave on the shore, yield yourself to die on the spot, but if otherwise, cast yourself into the sea." "Will nothing satisfy you but my life?" he said. "Take my gold and welcome. I willingly buy my life at that price." "No, no, we cannot spare you. Your life would be too dangerous for us. Where could we go in the world to escape Periander if he should know that you had been robbed by us? Your gold would be of little use to us if on return home we could never more be free from fear." "Grant me then," he said, "a last request, since naught will prevail to save my life, that I may die as I have lived, as becomes a bard. When I shall have sung my death song, and my harpstrings cease to vibrate, then I will bid farewell to life, and yield to my fate." This prayer, like the others, would have been unheeded. They thought only of their booty, but to hear so famous a musician moved their hearts. "Suffer me," he added, "to arrange my dress. Apollo will not favor me unless I'm clad in my minstrel garb." He clothed himself in gold and purple, fair to see. His tunic fell around him in graceful folds. Jewels adorned his arms. His brow was crowned with a golden wreath, and over his neck and shoulders flowed his hair, perfumed with the odors. His left hand held the lyre, his right the ivory wand with which he struck the chords. Like one inspired, he seemed to drink the morning air and glittering in the morning's ray. The seaman gazed in admiration. He strode forward to the vessel's side and looked down into the blue sea. Addressing his lyre, he sang, "Companion of my voice, come to me to the realm of shades. Though Cerberus may grovel, we know the power of song can tame his rage. Ye heroes of Elysium who have passed the dark flood, ye happy souls, soon shall I join your band. Yet cannot ye receive your grief? Alas, I leave my friend behind. Thou who didst find thy and lose her again as soon as found, when she had vanished like a dream. How does this hate the cheerful light? I must go away, but I fear not. The gods will look down upon us, ye who slay me unoffending. When I am no more, your time of trembling shall come. He narrates, receive your guests who throws himself upon your mercy. So saying, he sprang into the deep sea. The waves covered him, and the seamen held their way, fancying themselves safe from all danger of detection. But the strains of his music had drawn around him the inhabitants of the deep to listen, and dolphins followed the ship as if charmed by a spell. While he struggled in the waves, a dolphin offered him its back and carried him, mounted therein, safe to shore. At the spot where he landed, a monument of brass was afterwards erected upon the rocky shore to preserve the memory of that event. When Arion and the dolphin parted, each returning to his own element, Arion poured forth his thanks. Farewell, thou faithful friendly fish. Would that I could reward thee, but thou cannot wean with me, nor I with thee. Companionship we may not have. May Gladian, queen of the deep, accord thee her favor. Galati, the queen of the deep, accord thee her favor, and thou, proud of the burden, draw her chariot over the smooth mirror of the deep. Arion hasted from the shore, and soon saw before him the towers of Corinth. He journeyed on, harp in hand, singing as he went, full of love and happiness, forgetting his losses and mindful only of what remained his friend and his lear. He entered the hospitable halls and was soon clasped in the embrace of Periander. I come back to thee, my friend, he said. The talent which God bestowed has been the delight of thousands, but false knaves have stripped me of my well-earned treasure. Then he told all the wonderful events that had befallen him. Periander, who had heard him in amazement, said, Shall such wicked triumph? Then in vain is power lodged in my hands. That we may discover the criminals, you must lie here concealed, so that they come without suspicion. When the ship arrives in the harbor, he summons the mariners before him. Have you heard anything of Arion? He inquired. I'm anxiously looking for his return. They replied, We left him well and prosperous in Tarentum. As they said these words, Arion slipped forth and faced them. He was clad in his glory as when he had leapt to the sea. They fell prostrate at his feet as if a golden bolt had struck them. You meant to murder him. He has become a god. O earth, open and receive us. Then Periander spoke. He lives, the master of the lay. Kind heaven protect the poet's life. As for you, I invoke not the spirit of vengeance. Arion wishes not your blood, ye slaves of adverse. Begone, seek some barbarous land, and never may aught beautiful delight your souls. So, my dyslexia, it's hard to read these names, guys. But if you know Greek and you know Greek mythology, like my children, just sit back and giggle, because I once read them a whole book with Chihuahua and said Chihuahua. So, if these names are like nothing you've ever heard, enjoy piecing it together, right? I just like reading. Arachne. In the old mythology, it was considered a great sin for any mortal to enter into a contest with a god, and whenever one did, he would incur a fearful penalty. The maiden Arachne early showed marvelous skills in embroidery and all kinds of needlework. So beautiful were her designs that the nymphs themselves would leave their groves and fountains and come and gaze delighted upon her work. It was not only beautiful when it was done, but it was beautiful in the doing. As they watched the delicate touch of her fingers, they declared that the golden Minerva, Minerva must have been her teacher. This Arachne, Arachne denied and grew very vain of her many compliments and said, "Let Minerva try her skills with mine, and if beaten, I will pay the penalty." Minerva heard this and was greatly displeased at the vanity and presumption of the maiden. Assuming the form of an old woman, she went to Arachne and gave her some friendly advice. "I have much experience," she said, "and I hope you will not despise my counsel. Challenge mortals as much as you like, but do not try and compete with a goddess." Arachne stopped her spinning and angrily replied, "Keep your counsel for your daughters and handmaids. For my part, I know what I say, and I stand to it. I am not afraid of the goddess." Minerva then dropped her disguise and stood before the company in her proper person. The nymphs at once paid her homage. Arachne alone had no fear. She stood by her resolve, and the contest proceeded. Each took her station and attached the web to the beam. Both worked with speed. Their skillful hands moved rapidly, and the excitement of the contest made the labor light. Gods are all represented in their most anguished form. On the picture is the noble in its perfect simplicity and chaste beauty. In the four corners she wrought scenes where mortals entered into contest with gods and were punished. These were meant as warnings. Let me go back, I skipped a part. Minerva wrought into her web the scene of her contest with Neptune. The gods were all represented in their most anguished forms. The picture is noble, it is perfectly simple, chaste beauty. In the four corners she wrought scenes where mortals entered into contest with gods and were punished for their presumptions. These were meant as warnings to her rival to give up the contest before it was too late. Arachne filled her web with subjects distinguishedly chosen to exhibit the failings and errors of the gods. Every story to their discredit she appeared to have treasured upon. The last scene she represented was that of Jupiter in the form of a bull carrying off Europa across the sea, leaving the heartbroken mother to wander in search of a child until she died. Minerva examined the work of her rival and, doubly angry at the presumption and the sacrilege manifested in her choice of subjects, struck her web with the shuttle and tore it from the loom. She then touched the forehead of Arachne and made her feel her guilt and shame. This she could not endure and went out and hung herself. Minerva pitied her and saw her in the robe. "Live, guilty woman," she said, "and that you may preserve the memory of this lesson. Continue to stay where you are, you and your descendants, to all future time." She sprinkled her with the juice, and immediately her form shrank up, and her head grew small, and her fingers grew to her side and served as legs. All the rest of her body came out, of which she spins her thread, often hanging suspended by the same attitude as when Minerva touched her and transformed her into a spider. Wow, I'm really butchering these names. Polyphemus. Polyphemus. When Troy was captured, Ulysses, the king of Ithaca, set sail for his native country with favorable winds. He should have reached home in a few months, but he met with so many adventures that it was 10 years before he saw the shores of his beloved Ithaca. At one time, he and his companions landed upon an unknown shore in search of food. Ithaca, hold on, I need a blanket. Ulysses took with him a jar of wine as a present should he meet any inhabitants. Presently they came to a large cave and entered it. There they found lambs and kids in their pens, and the table spread with cheese, fruit, and bowls of milk. But soon the master of the cave, Polyphemus, returned, and Ulysses saw that they were in the land of the Cyclops, a race of immense giants. The name means round eye, and those giants were so called because they have but one eye, and it is placed in the middle of their forehead. Polyphemus drove into the cave the sheep and the goats to be milked, and then placed a huge rock at the mouth of the cave to serve as a door. While attending to his supper, he chanced to spy the Greeks who were hidden in one corner. He growled out at them, demanded to know who they were and where they were from. Ulysses replied, stating that they were returning from the siege of Troy and that they had landed in search of provisions. At this, Polyphemus gave no answer, but seized a couple of the Greeks. He killed and ate them up on the spot. He then went to sleep, and his snoring sounded like thunder in the ears of the terrified Greeks all the livelong night. In the morning, the giant arose, ate 2 more men, and went out with his flocks, having carefully secured the door so that the remainder could not get away. Ulysses contrived a plan to punish the giant and get away from his clutches. He found a great bar of wood which the giant had cut for a staff. This his men sharpened at one end and hardened at the fire. Then a number were selected to use it. They waited. In the evening, Polyphemus returned, and having eaten his 2 men, he lay down to sleep. But Ulysses presented him with some of the wine from the jar, which the giant eagerly drank and called for more. In a short time he was quite drunk, and then he asked Ulysses his name, and he replied, "My name is No Man." When the giant was fairly asleep, the sailors seized the sharpened stick, and aiming it directly at his single eye, they rushed forward with all their might. The eye was put out, and the giant was left blind. He felt around the cave, trying to catch the tormentors, but they contrived to get out of his way, and then he howled so loud that his neighbors came to see what was the matter. And he said, "I am hurt. No man did it." Then they said, "If no man did it, we cannot help you." So they went home, leaving him groaning. In the morning, Polyphemus rolled away the stone to get out of his sheep and goats, and the Greeks contrived to get out with them without being discovered. Once out, they lost no time driving the flock down the shore, and then with their vessels well provisioned, they set sail once more for their native land. Ulysses' return. Ulysses, the lord of Ithaca, went to assist the Greeks in their siege of Troy. For 10 long years the war lasted, and when Troy fell, Ulysses was 10 more years and reaching his home. He met with so many accidents and adventures that delayed him that even his stout heart almost gave out as he thought of the wife and children waiting for him through all of these weary years. In the meantime, his son Telemachus had grown to manhood and had gone in search of his father. Once again, I apologize for messing up the names. I do have severe dyslexia, so I kind of say him like I see him, and I see him weird. During all this time, his wife, Queen Penelope, never lost hope, but lived daily looking for her husband to come sailing over the sea. While the master was away, more than 100 young lords had claimed to the hands of Penelope so as to obtain the power and riches of Ulysses. They lorded it over the palace and people as if they were the owner of both, and they paid no attention to the wishes of Penelope, as she was but a woman and could not protect herself. Her only safety lay in the fact that the suitors were jealous of each other, and no one could make any advance until Penelope had made her selection. At last Ulysses returned in the disguise of a beggar. No one knew him except his old dog Argus, who in the excess of joy died while licking his hand. He made himself known to Emmaus, a faithful servant. I'm going to go with Emmaus. And by him was presented to Telemachus, who had just returned. Great was the joy of father and son at the meeting each other. Then the three laid a plan to punish the suitors and rid Ithaca of their presence. In carrying out this plan, Telemachus went to his mother's palace publicly, and the suitors bade him welcome, though they secretly hated him and tried to take his life. Here he found feasting going on, and at his request, the supposed beggar was admitted to the food of the table. Penelope had put off her decision on various pretexts until now, when there appeared no other reason for delay. So she announced that she would accept the one who would shoot an arrow through 12 rings arranged in a line. A bow formerly used by Ulysses was brought in, and all the arms removed. All things being ready, the first thing to be done was attach the string to the bow, which required the bow to bend. Telemachus tried and failed. Then each of the suitors tried in turn, and all failed. They even rubbed the bow with tallow, but it would not bend. Here Ulysses spoke and said, "Beggar as I am, I was once a soldier, and there is some strength in these old limbs of mine yet. Let me try." The suitors hooted at him and would have turned him out of the hall, but Telemachus said it was best to gratify the old man, and so put the bow in his hand. Ulysses took it easily and adjusted the cord. Then he selected an arrow and sent it through the 12 rings on the first shot. But before the shooters recovered from their astonishment, he sent another through the heart of the most insolent of them. Telemachus, Ennius, and the faithful servants sprang to their aid. The suitors looked around for arms, but there were none. Ulysses did not have them remain long in doubt. He announced himself the long-lost chief whose house they had invaded, whose substance they had squandered, and whose wife and son they had persecuted for 10 long years, and told them he meant to have ample vengeance. All the suitors were slain but 2, and Ulysses was left master of his own palace and the possessor of his kingdom and his wife. The next story is Thor's visit to Johonnot. Jodohelm? Let's go with Jodohelm. Remember, I'm dyslexic. I'm going to keep repeating that so everybody that comes in knows. All right, guys, here we are with Thor's visit. Thor, the god of the Northmen, who always carried a hammer to make his way or obtain his wishes, heard of the giant's country, Jotunheim, of which Utgard was its capital. He resolved a visit to that region to try his strength with any on whom he might find. So, accompanied by his servant, we're going to call him Thiolf, and Loki, he set out. Thiolf was all man of the swiftest on foot, and at nightfall they took refuge from the storm and a very large building which was imperfectly saw in the dim light, but were kept awake by the loud thunder which shook their abode like an earthquake. In the morning it was found that the thunder was the snoring of a huge giant sleeping nearby, and that the building in which they had taken shelter was the giant's glove. The giant, whose name was Skymir, knew Thor and proposed that they should travel together, to which the god consented. At night they encamped, and soon the giant was asleep. Thor, finding that he could not untie the provisions bag which the giant had carried all day, went into a rage and struck the sleeper a mighty blow with his hammer. Skymir awoke and said, "The leaves are falling, for one just now fell upon my breast," then lay down again, and soon the giant began to snore so loud that Thor could not get no sleep. So he grasped his hammer in both hands and dealt him another blow. Skyrmir awoke and called out, "How fares it with thee, Thor? A bird must be overhead. A bunch of moss has just now fallen upon me." Just before daylight, Thor thought that he would end this matter then, so he seized his hammer and threw it with all his might. Skymir awoke and stroked his cheek and said, "An acorn fell upon my head, but let us be stirring, as we have a long day before us." When within the sight of the city, Skymir turned off his route, lay in another direction, and soon Thor and his companions were in the presence of the giant king. Addressing Thor, the king asked if he or any of his companions could do anything better than the other, for he said that no one was permitted to remain in the city unless he excelled at something. Loki, who was a great eater, provided a feast, and the king called Loki to come out and compete with him. a trough filled with meat was placed in the midst of the hall, and Loki began at one end and soon ate all the flesh to the middle of the trough. But it was found that Loki had devoured both flesh and bones, and the trough to boot. So the company objected, and Loki vanished. Next, Thorleif presented himself to run a race, and the king brought out a young man named Hugi to run with him. Hugi ran over the course and turning back met the other runner and was just starting, but the king remarked that if Thor could not do better than his servants, it was well he stayed at home. Then a drinking match was proposed, and a drinking horn was brought in. It was not very large, but it was of great length, and the king remarked that any one of his subjects ought to empty it in a single draught, but none would fail to do so in 3 draughts. Thor drank long and deep, but the horn was full, and before the second trial met with similar failure. Then Thor straightened himself for a mighty effort and drank as the thirsty earth does of the rains from heaven. The liquid was diminished, but still the horn was nearly full. I perceive, said the king, that thou cannot be very thirsty, or thou would have drank more. What new trial do you propose? Said Thor. We have a trifling game here, said the king, in which we exercise none but children. It consists merely of lifting my cat from the ground, and I should not have mentioned it to the great Thor if I had not observed that thou art by no means what we took thee for. As he finished speaking, a large grey cat sprang into the hall. Thor put forth all his mighty strength 3 times without lifting her. Though on the 3rd trial, 1 foot was raised from the floor. Well, said the king, only 1 trial remains for thee. Thou must wrestle with somebody, and after thy failure today, none of our men will wrestle with thee. So saying, the king called upon his old nurse, a toothless crone, shaking and trembling on the edge of the grave. So grasped her and put forth a mighty effort, but the old woman stood fast. At last she grasped him in turn, and he was thrown upon his knee. The king there interfered, and the contest came to an end. The travelers, however, were royally entertained, and after a good night's rest and a bountiful breakfast, they bade the king goodbye and set off on their return. Towards the night, they overtook a traveler who proved to be Skymore, the former companion and guide, and they encamped together in the very wood where they passed their first night together. The giant, perceiving the dejected look on Thor, said, Something appears to trouble thee. Thou hast journeyed gone amiss. Thereupon Thor related the whole story of his failures. Then said the giant, Take heart, for thou hast performed great wonders, but been the victim of delusions. Observe me closely. Thor looked and saw that Skymore and the king were one and the same person. Now, said the king, Loki devoured all that was set before him, but Loki was fire and consumed through all. Hugi, when Truffle was running, was thought, and was not the swifter runner can keep pace with that. The horn that thou failedst to empty, had its lower end in the sea, and that will see how very low the ocean is by drought. The cat is the animal that bears upon the world and lay last mighty effort, caused solid earth to shake as with an earthquake. The old woman whom thou wrestled with was old age, and she throws everybody. The king then pointed out the place where Thor dealt his blows the night of their first meeting, and lo, three mighty chasms showed where the solid mountains had been rent asunder. The second book, welcome in. We are reading Stories of Olden Time. It was compiled by James Johonnot, and it is a historical series of 4 books, and this is the first part we are reading today. It is in public domain. It was written in 1890 or 1889. And so we're going to go on to Parables and Fables is the next book. So welcome in. Lean, hungry wolf fell in one moonlight night with a jolly, plump, well-fed mastiff, and after the first meeting or past, the wolf accosted him. "You look extremely well," he said. "I think I've never seen a more grateful, comely personage. But how come it about? I beseech you that I should live so much better than I may say without vanity that I venture 50 times more than you, and yet I am almost ready to perish with hunger." The dog answered him bluntly, "Why, you may live as well as I if you will do the same service for it." The wolf pricked up his ears at the proposal and requested to be informed what he must do to earn such plentiful meals. "Very little," answered the dog, "only to guard the house at night and keep it from thieves and beggars." "With all my heart," rejoiced the wolf, "for at present I have but some sorry time of it, and I think to change my hard lodging in the woods, where I can endure rain, frost, and snow, for a warm roof over my head and plenty of food will be no bad bargain." "True," said the dog. "Therefore you have nothing more to do than follow me." As they were jogging along together, the wolf spied a circle worn around his friend's neck and began, almost as curious as some of a higher species. He could not forbear asking what it meant. "Nothing," said the dog, "or at most a mere trifle." "Nay, but pray," urged the wolf, "inform me." "Why then," said the dog, "perhaps it is the collar to which my chain is fastened, for I am sometimes tied up in the daytime because I'm a little fierce and sometimes bite people, and am only let loose at night. But this is not designed to make me sleep day more than anything else, that I may watch the better in night. As soon as twilight appears, I am turned loose and may go where I please. Then my master brings me plates of bone from the table with his own hands and shares. And whatever scraps are left by the family fall to my share, for you must know I'm a favorite with everybody. So seeing how you are to live come along. Why, what is the matter with you?" "I beg your pardon," replied the wolf, "but you may keep your happiness to yourself. I am resolved to have no shares in your dinners." half a meal with liberty is, in my estimation, worth a full one without. Parable of the laborers in the vineyard. Let's shift. All right. For the kingdom of heaven, sorry guys, I had to adjust. For the kingdom of heaven is like unto man that is a householder which went out early in the morning to hire laborers in his vineyard. And when he had agreed with the laborers for a penny a day, he sent them to his vineyard. And he went out about a third of the hour and saw others standing idly in the marketplace. And he said unto them, Go ye into the vineyard, and whatever is right I will give you. And they went their way. Again he went out about at the 6th and 9th hours, and did likewise. And about at the 11th hour he went out and found others standing idle, and saith unto them, Why you stand here all day idle? They said, to him, Because no man hath hired us. He said unto them, Go ye also to the vineyards, and whatever is right ye shall receive. So when evening was come, the Lord of the vineyard saith unto his steward, Call the laborers and give them their hire, beginning from the last to the first. And when they came, they that were hired the 11th hour, they received every man a penny. But when the first came, they supposed they would have received more, and they likewise received every man a penny. And when they had received it, they murmured against the good man of the house, saying that the last have wrought but 1 hour, and thou hast made them equal to us, which have bore the burden of the heat all day. Take that time is, and go thy way, it will give unto you last, even as unto thee. It is not lawful for me to do what I will with my own. Is there thine eye evil because I am good? So it is not lawful for me to do what I will with my own. Is thine eye so the last shall be first, and the first shall be last. For many he called, but few he chose. All right, the parable of the sower and the seed. I remember this one. The same day, Jesus went out of the house and sat by the seaside, and the great multitudes were gathered together unto him. And so he went into a ship and sat, and the whole multitude stood on the shore. And he spoke many things unto them in parables, saying, Behold, a sower went forth to sow. And when he sowed, some seeds fell by the wayside, and the fowl came and devoured them up. Some fell upon stony places, where they had not much earth, and forthwith they sprang up, because they had no depthness of earth. And when the sun was up, they had scorched, and because they had no roots, they withered away. And some fell among thorns, and the thorns sprang up and choked them. But for others, they fell into good ground, and brought forth fruit, some 100-fold, some 60-fold, some 30-fold. Who hath ears to hear, let him hear. And the disciples came and said unto him, Why speak thou in parables? He answered and said unto them, Because it is given unto you to know the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven, but to them it is not given. For whoever hath to him shall be given, and he shall have more abundance. But whoever has not, from him shall be taken away even what he has. Therefore I speak to them in parables, because they seeing see not, and they hear not, neither do they understand. Okay. Pairing, time anticipated. I shall not ask Jean-Jacques Rousseau if birds confoundable or no. 'Tis clear that they were always able to hold discourse, at least in a fable. And even the child who knows no better than to interrupt by the letter, a story of a cock and bull must have must have an uncommon skull. It chances then on a winter's day, but warm and bright and calm as May, the birds conceiving a design, the forestall sweet Saint Valentine, in many an orchard copse and grove, assembled an affair of love, and with much twitter and much chatter began to agitate the matter. At length a bullfinch could boast more years of wisdom than the most, entreating open wide his beak, a moment's liberty to speak, and silence publicly enjoined, briefly delivered thus his mind. My friends, he cautioned, how ye treat the subject upon which we meet, I fear we shall have winter yet. A finch whose tongue knew no control, the golden wing and satin poll, the last year's bird who never had tried what a marriage means, thus pert replied, methinketh the gentleman, quoth she, a post in the apple tree, and by his good will would keep us single, yon tither heaven and earth shall mingle. Oh, what is likened to befall, till death exterminates us all? I marry without a mere ado, my dear Dick Redcap, what say you? Dick heard, and tweeting, ogling, bridling, turning short round, strutting and sidling, attested glad his approbation of an immediate congregation. Their sentiments so well expressed mightily influenced all the rest. All paired, and each paired built a nest. But though the birds were thus in haste, the leaves came out, not quite as fast, and destiny that sometimes bear and inspect stern on men's affairs, not altogether smiled on theirs. The wind of late breath gently forth, now shifted east, and east by north. Bare trees and shrubs, but ill, you know, could shelter them from rain and snow. Stepping onto their nests they paddled, themselves were chilled, their eggs were addled. Soon every feather bird and mother grew quarrelsome and pecked each other, parted without the least regret, except that they had never met, and learned in future to be wiser than to neglect a good adviser. Moral, Mrs. The tale that I relate, the moral seems to carry. Choose not alone the proper mate, but the proper time to marry. We're getting ready to enter the third book. I'm going to pop right over. Say hey to everybody in the chat. Thank you for coming and spending the day in bed with me, reading a nice and gentle relaxation. I just love it. I could spend all day reading, and today I am. seems that my computer does not want to compute right now. Let's see, I'm trying to jump over. Thank you all for coming in. It really helps that algorithm. If you jump over, give this live a thumbs up, leave a comment behind. I really, really appreciate it. As you can tell, I'm revamping my
I'm struggling with missing
oh
teeth.
shoot, I'm
That's
not
why I'm here.
struggling with missing anything. I am revamping the channel and trying to get more into relaxation. Hello, Simone TV. Hello, Ryan. We are doing a day of relaxful reading. And of course, bless, Blessings Journeys is here. Nomad, welcome, welcome. So you guys can connect to each other. So thank you all for being in and all the support. Let me get a sip and we will get back to reading. I lost my water. Can you guys hear Marley sitting next to me snoring? Something else. The next we're going to go to Legends. It is definitely cold in this house, guys. I'm snuggled. Marley snuggled down next to me. All right. So we're in with Legends and we're back with the Greek words. So please excuse my pronunciation. Theramus and Herbipolis. One day, this legend is called The Gift of Theramus. Oh no, Tridemus. The Gift of Tridemus of Tridemus of Herbipolis one day while kneeling at the altar foot to pray alone with God, as was his pious choice, heard from without a miserable voice a sound which seemed of all sad things to tell, as the lost soul crying out of hell. Thereat the abbot paused, the chin whereby his thought went upward, broken by the cry, and, looking from the casement, saw below a wretched woman with grey hair aflow and withered hands held up to him, who cried for alms as one who might not be denied. She cried for the dear love of him who gave his life for ours, my child from bondage save. My beautiful brave firstborn chained with the slaves, in the Moor's galley with the sun submit waves, lap the white walls of Tunis. What I can I give, Tridemus said, my prayer. Man of God, she cried, for grief had made her bold. Mock me not the gold. Words will not serve me, alms alone suffice. Even when I speak, perchance my firstborn dies. Woman, Tridemus answered, from our door go unfed, we are always poor. A single soldo is our only store. Thou hast our prayers. What can we give thee more? Give me, she said, a silver candlestick on either side of the great crucifix. God may well spare them on his errand speed, or he can give you golden ones instead. Then spoke Tridemus, even as thy words, woman, so be it, our most gracious Lord, who hath mercy more than sacrifice. Pardon me, if a human soul I prize above the gift upon his altar piled. Take what thou ask and redeem thy child. But his hand trembled as the holy arms he placed in the beggar's eager palms. And as she vanished down the laden shade, he bowed his head and for forgiveness prayed. So the day passed, and when the twilight came, he woke the chapel all aflame, and dumb with grateful wonder to behold upon the altar candlesticks of gold. All right, stories of olden time. The next legend, Damon and Pythamus. Pythias. About 400 years before the Christian era, the government of Syracuse fell into the hands of Dionysius, a successful general of the army. He disposed the magistrate whom the people elected and was therefore usurpable, while ruling justly in the main. He had a capricious temper and often in his rage performed actions which he sincerely regretted in his sober moments. He was a scholar and fond of philosophy and poetry, and he delighted to have learned men around him, and he had a natural and generous spirit. But the sense that he was in position that did not belong to him, and that everyone hated him for assuming it, made him very harsh and suspicious. It is of him that the story is told, and that he had a chamber hollowed in the rock near his state prison, and constructed with galleries to conduct sound like an ear, so that he might overhear conversations of his captives. And of him too is told that famous anecdotes which have become a proverb, that on hearing a friend named Damocles express a wish to be in his situation for a single day, he took him at his word, and Damocles found himself at a banquet with everything he could delight his senses: delicious food, constantly costly wine, flowers, perfume, music, but with a sword, with a point almost touching his head and hanging by a single horsehair. This was to show the condition in which the usurper lived. Thus Dionysius was in constant dread. He had a wide trench around his bedroom, with a drawbridge that he drew up and put down with his own hands. He put one barber to death for boasting that he held a razor to the tyrant's throat every morning. After this, he made his young daughters shave him, and by he would not trust them with the razor, and caused them to singe off his beard with hot nut shells. One philosopher named Philoxenus, I don't know, sent him to the dungeon. He sent to the dungeon for finding fault with his poetry, but he afterwards composed another piece which he thought so superior that he could not be content without sending for this adverse critic to hear. When he had finished reading it, He looked at Philoxenus for a compliment, but the philosopher only turned around to the guard and said dryly, "Carry me back to prison." This time Dionysius had the sense to laugh and forgave his honesty. All these stories may not be true, but that they should have been current in the ancient world shows that it was the character of the man whom they told, how stern and terrible was his anger, and how easily it was to incur. Among those came under it with the philosopher. Oh, well, it's all right. Thaddeus. It's not the name, but I'm using that name anyway. Was sentenced to death, according to the usual fate of those who fell under his suspicion. Thaddeus, Thaddeus had lands and relations in Greece, and had entreated as a favor to be allowed to return thither and arrange his affair, and engage in returning with specific time and suffer death. The tyrant laughed at this request to scorn. Once safely out of Sicily, who would answer for his return? Thaddeus made reply that he had a friend who would become security for his return, and while Dionysius, the miserable man, trusted nobody, was ready to scoff at this simplicity, another Pythagorean, yeah, there it is, Pythagorean, by name of Damon, came forward and offered to secure for his friend, engaging that if Thyasus did not return according to promise, to suffer death in his stead. Dionysius, much astonished, consented to let the Pythagorean go, marveling what would be the issue of the affair. Time went on, and Thyasus did not appear. The Syracuse watched Damien, but he showed no unease. He said he was sure his friend's truth and honor, and that if any accident had caused his delay, he should rejoice in dying to save the life of one so dear to him. Even to the last day, Damon continued serene and content, however it might follow out. Nay, even when the very hour drew night, still no Thaddeus. His trust was so perfect that he did not even grieve at having to pass for his friend, faithless friend, who had left him to the fate to which he had unwarringly pledged himself. It was not Thaddeus's own will, but the winds and the waves. So he still declared, when the decree was brought and the instruments of his unaliving made ready, the hour had come, and a few moments more would have ended Damien's life, when Thaddeus duly presented himself, embraced his friend, and stood forward himself to receive his sentence, calm, resolute, and rejoiced that he had come in time. Even the dim hope that they owed of a future state was enough to make these two men keep their word and confront death for one another without quailing. Dionysius looked on more struck than ever. He felt that neither man must die. He reversed the order of the sentence, and calling the two to his judgment seat, he entreated them to admit him as the third in their friendship. We're reading a book called Stories of Old. It was written in 1880, and it was compiled in 1889. too. Upon his royal throne he sat, in a monarch's thoughtful mood. Attendants on his regal state, his servile, civil courtiers stood. What foolish flatteries lost in vain, to win his smile and favor gain? They told him of the mighty deep, the king swayed confused. The king swayed confessed that he could build on its billows leap, or still its stony breast. He smiled contemptuously and cried, "Be then my boast empire tried." Down to the ocean standing shore, the proud procession came, to see the billows wild uproar. The king shadowed Canute's power proclaimed, o'er his high and dreaded command, and gentle murmurs kissed the strand. No, not so, thought he, their noble king, as his curse he steward speed, and each base slave, like a guilty thing, hung down his conscious head. He knew the ocean's lord on high, they that he scorned, their senseless lie. His throne was placed by the ocean's side. He lifted his scepter there, bidding with tone of kingly pride the waves their strife forbear. And while he spoke his royal will, all but the winds and waves were still. Louder the stormy blast swept by, in scorn of idle word, the briny deeps its waves tossed high, by his mandate undeterred, as threatening in their angry play to sweep both king and court away. The monarch with unbraiding look turned to his courtly ring, but none of the kindling eyes could brook, even of the earthly king, for in that wrathful glance they see a mighty monarch wronged than he. Canute, the regal race is run, thy name has passed away, but for the need this tale hath won, which never shall delay its meek unperishing renown. Outlets thy spectres and their crown. The Persian in thy mighty pride forgo fetters for the main, and when its flood his power defied, inflicted stripes as vain. But the worthier far of thee to know thyself, than rule this. But it was worthier far of thee to know thyself, than rule the sea. Not too good at pronouncing names. All right, we're still in legends. The Norseman's sword. The smelting of iron in the north of Europe is believed to have commenced with the Finns or the Laplanders, the original inhabitants of Scandinavia, whom then occupied the localities where the best ores are still found. The diminutive stature of these people, compared with that of the Gothic invaders, their skill in penetrating the bowels of the earth in search of ore, the smoke of their collieries, the flame and thunder of their furnace and forge, and above all, the excellent temper of the weapons wrought by them, all these conspired to render them objects of superstitious wonder to the Goths. The legendary stories of that people are filled with strong tales of northern dwarfs who lived in the solid rock and possessed magic skill in the various arts of the smith. One of these legends may be worth citing, and The rather became, it relates to Vanlander, the Scandinavian Vulcan, of whom many traditions are extant, even in England, where he slayed Wayland Smith. At the age of 13, Vanlander was apprenticed by his father to the great Vade, the two of the dwarfs who dwelt in the interior of the mountain, and he applied himself so faithfully to their instructions that in 2 years he equaled his masters in knowledge of the art of smithery, and both black and white. Being at the court of Ningdong, oh Lord, being at the court of the King Nai, we're just going to call him King Nai, where his dexterity as a smith became known, a rivalship arose between him and Amelius, principal smith to the king. Amelius challenged Vanlander to a trial of skill upon conditions that the life of the vanquished should be at the disposal of the victor. The terms proposed were that Vanlander should forge a sword and Amelius a helmet and cuirass and other defensive armor, and a 12th month was allowed for the preparations. If the sword of Vanlander penetrated the armor of the former, was to be declared the victor. If otherwise, his life was to be forfeited to his rival. Alamus spent the whole year at his task, but Vanlander did not commence his labors until 2 months before the trial. He now, after 7 days' labor, exhibited to the king a sword of great beauty and excellent temper, but it was too heavy for use. By the way of testing its edge, he took a cushion stuffed with wool and a foot of thickness, threw it in the river, and let it float with the currents against the edge of the sword, which cut it fairly in two. The king thought that it was significant proof, but Vanlander was not satisfied. He took the sword to his smithy, filed it quite to dust, and after subjecting the filing to an odd process of animal chemistry, he forged from them another sword of somewhat smaller size than the first, though still rather heavy. Upon testing this sword in the same manner as before, it readily divided the cushion 2 feet in thickness, and the king thought it the finest weapon in the world. But Vanlander said he would have it half as good again before he was done with it. It was now reduced to filings, which were treated in the former instance, and in 3 weeks Vanlander produced a sword of convenient size, inlaid with gold and with ornamental hilt, all of the highest finish and beauty. The king and the smith went to the river again with a cushion of 3 feet in thickness, which was thrown into the current, and the king Nai declared this fellow could not be found on earth. At the appointed day by Amelius put on his armor, all of which was double-plated and declared himself ready for the trial, seated beside himself in a chair, and defied his rival to do his worst. Van Lander stepped behind him, gave him a blow upon his helmet, and asked him if he felt the edge. I felt as if cold water were running through me, replied Amalus. Shake yourself, said Van Lander. His rival did so and fell asunder, the sword having left him to the chin. The sword having cleft him to the chin. Because the moral of the story is don't let your rivals hit you in the head with a sword, right? All right, the story of King Alfred and Saint Colbert. Thank goodness, names I can pronounce. Now, King Alfred was driven from his kingdom by the Danes, and he lay hidden 3 years in the Isles of Glastonbury. And it came to pass on a day that all his folks were gone out to fish, save only Alfred himself and his wife and one servant whom he loved. And there came a pilgrim of the king and begging for food. And the king said to his servant, What food have we in the house? And the servant answered, My lord, we have but 1 loaf and a little wine. Then the king gave thanks to God and said, Give half the loaf and half the wine to this poor pilgrim. So the servant did as the Lord commanded him and gave the pilgrim half the loaf and half the wine. And the pilgrim gave great thanks to the king. When the servant returned, he found the loaf whole and the wine as much as there had been aforetime. And he greatly wondered, and he wondered also how the pilgrim had come to this isle, for no man could come there save by water, and the pilgrim had no boat. And the king greatly wondered also. At the 9th hour came back the folk who had gone fishing, and they had 3 boats full of fish, and they said, Lo, we have caught more fish this day than all the 3 years that we have tarried in this isle. And the king was glad, and he and his folks were merry, yet he pondered much upon that which had come to pass. And when the night came, the king went to his bed, and he lay awake and thought of all that had come to pass by the day. And presently he saw a great light, like that of the brightest of the sun. And he saw an old man with black hair, clothed in priest garments, with a mitre in his hand, and holding in his right hand a book of the gospel, adorned with gold and gems. And the old man blessed the king, and the king said unto him, Who art thou? And he answered, Alfred, my son, rejoice, for I am he whom thou didst this day give thou thine alms, and I am called Colbert, the soldier of Christ. Now be strong and be very courageous, and be of joyful heart, and hearken diligently to the things which I say unto thee. For henceforth I will be thy shield and thy friend, and I will watch over thee and over thy sons after thee. And now I tell thee what thou must do. Rise up early in the morning, and bow and blow thy horns thrice, that thine enemies may hear it and fear. And by the 9th hour thou shalt have around thee 500 men harnessed for battle. And this shall be the sign unto thee that thou mayest believe. And after 7 days thou shalt have by God's gift and my help all the folks of this land gathered unto upon thou shalt fight against thine enemies, and doubt not that thou shalt overcome them. Wow. Be thou before glad of heart, and be strong, and be very courageous, and fear not, for God hath given thine enemies into thine hand, and they have given thee also all this land and the kingdom of thy father to thee and thy son, and to thy son's son, and after thee. Be thou faithful to me and my folks, because unto thee is given all the lands of Albion. Be righteous, because thou art chosen to be king of Britannia. So may God be merciful unto thee, and I will be thy friend, and none of thine enemies shall ever be able to overcome thee. When King Alfred, glad at heart, and he was strong and very courageous, for that he knew that he would overcome his enemies by the help of God and Saint Colbert, his patron. So in the morning he arose and sailed to the land and blew his horn 3 times. And when his friends heard it, they rejoiced, and when his enemies heard it, they feared. And by the 9th hour, according to the word of the Lord, there were gathered unto him 500 men of the bravest and dearest of his friends. And as he spoke unto them, and told them all that God had said unto them by the mouth of his servant Colbert, and he told them that by the gift of God and by the help of Saint Colbert, they would overcome their enemies and win back their own land. And he bade them, as Saint Colbert had taught him, to be pious towards God and righteous towards men. And he bade his son Edward, who was by him, to be faithful to God and Saint Colbert, and so he should always have victory over his enemies. So they went forth to battle, and amote their enemies, and overcame them. And King Alfred took the kingdom of all Britain, and he ruled well and wisely, for just and unjust for the rest of his days. We are still reading legends. When we get to legend at the end, I'm going to take a little break though. Okay, Millions and Milone. Milone or Milone or Milone, a knight of a great family and distinctly relatable to Charlemagne, having secretly, Marley's moving, having secretly married Bertha, the emperor's sister, was banished from France after a long and miserable wandering on foot as a merchant. Milon and his wife arrived in Sutri in Italy, where they took refuge in a cave, and in that cave Orlando was born. There his mother continued, drawing a scanty support from the compassion of the neighboring peasants, while Milon, in his quest of honor and fortune, went into foreign lands. Orlando grew up among the children of the peasantry, surpassing them all in strength and manly grace. Among his companions in his age, though in his station were far more elevated, was Oliver, the son of the governor of the town. Between the two boys a feud arose that led to a fight in which Orlando thrashed his rival, but this did not prevent a friendship from springing up between the two, which lasted through life. Orlando was so poor that he was sometimes half naked. As he was a favorite of the boys, one day 4 of them brought some cloth to make him some clothes. 2 brought white and 2 red, and from this circumstance Orlando took his coat of arms or quarterings. When Charlemagne was on his way to Rome to receive the imperial crown, he dined in public in Sutre. Orlando, with his mother, that day had nothing to eat, and Orlando, coming suddenly upon the royal party and seeing the abundance of provisions, seized from these attendants as much as he could carry off and made good his retreat in spite of their resistance. The emperor, being told of this incident, was reminded of an intimidation he had received in a dream and ordered the boy to be followed. This was done by three of the knights whom Orlando would have encountered on their entering the grotto, had not his mother restrained him. When they heard from her who she was, they threw themselves at her feet and promised to obtain for her a pardon for the emperor. This was easily effected. Orlando was received into favor by the emperor and returned with him to France, and so distinguished himself that he became the most powerful support of the throne and of Christianity. On another occasion, Orlando encountered a pleasant Saracen warrior and took from him, as a prize of victory, the sword Drudinia. Sorry guys, I can't pronounce it, but he took that sword. This famous weapon had once belonged to the illustrious Prince Hector of Troy. It was the finest work of workmanship and such strength and temper that no armor in the world could stand against it. And Jaron of Montglaive held the lordship of Vienna, a subject of Charlemagne. He had quarreled with his sovereign, and Charles laid siege to the city. Having ravaged the neighboring county, Jaron was an aged warrior, but relied on his defense upon his 4 sons and 2 grandsons, who were among the bravest knights of the age. After the siege had continued too much, Charlemagne, receiving tidings from the King of Spain, had invaded France, and finding himself unopposed, was advancing rapidly to the southern province. All this intelligence Charles listened to in council of his peers, and consented to put the quarrel with Jaron to the discussion of heavens by a single combat between 2 knights, one of each party selected by lot. The proposal was accepted by Jaron and his sons. The name of the 4, together with Jaron's own, who would not be excused, and of the 2 grandsons who claimed their lot, being put into the helmet. Oliver was drawn forth, and to him, the youngest of the grandsons, was assigned the honor and the peril of the combat. He accepted this award with delight and exulted in being thought worthy to maintain the cause of his family. On Charlemagne's side, Roland was designated champion, and neither he nor Oliver knew who his antagonist was to be. They met in the Isles of Rhone, and the warriors on both camps were, uh, were on either shore to be spectators to the battle. At the first encounter, both lances were shivered, but both riders kept their seat immovable. They dismounted and drew their swords. Then ensued with combat, which seemed so equal that the spectators could not form an opinion as to the probable issue. 2 hours and more, the knights continued to strike and parry, and thus thrust and forward, neither showing any signs of weariness, nor being taken or unaware. At length Orlando struck furiously upon Oliver's shield, burying his sword in the edge so deeply that he could not draw it back, and Oliver, almost at the same moment, thrust so vigorously upon Orlando's breastplate that his sword snapped off at the handle. Thus, there were 2 warriors left weaponless. Scarcely pausing a moment, they rushed upon one another, each striving to throw his adversary to the ground, and failing in that each snatched off the other's helmet to tear it away. Both succeeded at the same moment. They stood bareheaded, face to face. Roland recognized Oliver, and Oliver Roland. For a moment they stood still, and the next, with open arms, rushed into one another's embrace. And I am conquered, said Orlando. I yield, said Oliver. The people on the shore knew not what to make of this. Presently they saw the two late antagonists standing hand in hand, and it was evident that the battle was at an end. The knights crowded around them, with one voice, hailed them as equal in glory. If there were any who felt disposed to murmur that the battle was left undecided, they were silenced by the voice of the king of the Dane, who proclaimed aloud that all had been done with honor required, and declared that they would maintain the award against all naysayers. In the quarrel with Geraint and his son being left undecided, a truce was made for 4 days, and that time, by an effort of Duke Nemo on the side of Oliver on the other, reconciliation was effected. Charlemagne, accompanied Geraint with his valiant family, marched to meet Marcellus, who hastened to retreat across the frontier. Ooh, this is the last one. Oh, I have to sit up for this. This is a good one. All right. Here we are. The last legend. And then we're going to take a little quick break. Marley's upside down beside me. All right. This one is called The Legend of Macbeth. Soon after the Scots and Picts had become one people, there was a king of Scotland called Duncan, a very good old man. He had 2 sons, Macbeth and Donald Bane. But King Duncan was too old to lead. Oh, it's in the water. All right. Duncan was too old to lead out his army to battle, and his sons were too young to help him. Now it happened that a great fleet of Danes came to Scotland and landed their men on Fife and threatened to take possession of the province. So numerous, the Scottish army was levied to go out and fight with them. The king entrusted the command to Macbeth, a near kinsman. This Macbeth, who was a brave soldier, put himself at the head of Scottish army and marched against the Danes. And he took with him a near relative of his own called Banquo, the brave successful story. There was a great battle fought between the Danes and the Scots, and Macbeth and Banquo defeated the Danes and drove them back to their ship, leaving a great many of their soldiers killed and wounded. Then Macbeth and his army marched back to Forres in the north of Scotland, rejoicing on account of the victory. Now at this time there lived in the town of Forres 3 old women whom people thought were witches and supposed they could tell what was to come to pass. These women went and stood side by the wayside in the moor near Forres, and waited until Macbeth came up and stepped before him as he was marching in the lead head of his soldiers. And the first woman said, "All hail Macbeth, hail to Thane of Glamis." The second said, "All hail to Thane of Chowder." And the third, wishing to pay him higher compliments, said, "All hail Macbeth, thou shalt be king of Scotland." While Macbeth stood wondering what they could mean, Banquo stepped forward and asked if they had not something good to say to him. And they said he should not be so great as Macbeth, yet his children should succeed to the throne of Scotland and reign a great number of years. Before Macbeth had recovered from his surprise, there came a messenger to tell him that his father was dead, and so he was Thane of Glamis. And then came a second messenger from the king to thank Macbeth for the great victory over the Danes and tell him that the Thane of Chowder, not Chow, Catter, sorry, not Chowder, had rebelled against the king, and the king had taken his office from him and had sent to make Macbeth the Thane of Cawdor. Sorry, guys. Like I said, I'm dyslexic, so you will hear words you've never heard. Macbeth, seeing that part of their words came true, began to think how it might become king, as the 3 old women had predicted. Now, Lady Macbeth was a very wicked woman, and she showed Macbeth the only way to become king was to kill the good Duncan. At first, Macbeth would not listen to her, but at last his ambition to become king was so great that he resolved to his kinsman, to unalive his kinsman and best friend. To accompany this purpose, he invited King Duncan to visit him in his own castle near Inverness. And the king accepted the invitation. Macbeth and his lady received their distinguished guest with great seeming joy and made for them a great feast. At the close of the feast, the king retired to rest, and all the other guests followed his example. The 2 personal attendants of the king, whose duty it was to watch over him while he slept, were purposely made drunk by Lady Macbeth, and they fell upon their couch in profound slumber. Then Macbeth came into King Duncan's room about 2 o'clock in the morning. It was a terrible stormy night, but in the noise of the wind and the thunder could not awaken the king, as he was old and weary with his journey. Neither could it awaken the 2 sentinels, for they slept soundly. So Macbeth stepped gently over the floor and took the 2 derricks which belonged to the sentinels and put them in old King Duncan's heart, so he died without even a groan. Then Macbeth put the daggers into the hands of the sleeping sentinels and daubed their hands and faces with the blood. Macbeth was frightened at what he had done, but his wife made him wash his hands and go to bed. Early in the morning, the nobles and gentlemen who had attended the king's assembly in the great hall of the castle, and they began to talk. What a dreadful storm they had been the night before. They waited for some time, but finding the king did not come out, one of the noblemen went to see whether he was well or not. But he came to the room and found King Duncan unalived, and went back and spread the alarm. The Scottish nobles were greatly enraged at the sight, and Macbeth made believe he was more enraged than any of them, and drawing his own sword, he dealt with the two attendants of the king, still heavy with sleep in consequence of the drink that had been furnished by Lady Macbeth the night before. Malcolm and Donald Bane, the two sons of Duncan, when they saw their father dead, fled from the castle, as they believed that Macbeth had done this. Malcolm, the oldest son, made his way to the English court and solicited aid to get possession of his father's throne. In the meantime, Macbeth took possession of the kingdom of Scotland. The remembrance of his great crime continually haunted him, and he became so sleepless as to become nearly insane. He remembered that the witches had said that the children of Banquo should reign as kings in Scotland, and he became terribly jealous of his old friend and companion. At last he hired ruffians to waylay Banquo and his sons and unalive them. That scheme was partially successful. Banquo was unalive, but his sons escaped from him and descended the long line of the early Scottish king. But Macbeth was not more happy after he had slain his friend and cousin Banquo. He knew that people began to suspect him of his evil deeds, and he was constantly afraid that some of his nobles would treat him as they had treated King Duncan. In his perplexity, he sought the three witches he had met before to ask them what was to happen to him in the future. They answered him that he should not be conquered or lose the crown of Scotland until a great forest called Brenham Wood should come to attack him in his strong castle in the Dunishane Hills. As the distance between the two was 12 miles apart, Macbeth thought it was impossible that the trees should ever come to assault him in the castle. Immediately summons all his nobles to assist him in strengthening his castle at Dunsinane. All the nobles were obligated to furnish oxen, horses to drag the heavy stones and logs used to the fortification up the steep hill. One day, Macbeth noticed a pair of oxen so tired with their burden that they fell down under their heavy load. Upon inquiry, he learned that they belonged to Macduff, the Thane of Fife. The king, who was jealous of Macduff, the king grew jealous of Macduff and flew into a great rage and declared that since the Thane of Fife sends such worthless cattle as these to do my labor, I will put his own neck in the yoke and make him drag the burden himself. A good friend of Macduff, who who had heard this speech, hastened to the king's castle and informed Macduff, who was walking about while dinner was being prepared. Macduff snatched a loaf of bread from the table, called for his horse and servant, and galloped towards his own castle in Kenaway Fife. When Macbeth returned, he first asked what had become of Macduff, and being informed that he had fled from the Dunsinane, Macbeth put himself to the head of a large forge of his guards and immediately pursued. Macduff reached his castle, which was built upon the shore of the sea, a little in advance of the king. He ordered his wife to shut the gates of the castle, pull up the drawbridge, and on no account permit the king or any soldiers to enter. In the meantime, he went aboard a small ship and put out to sea. Macbeth then summons the lady to open the gates and deliver her husband. "Do you see," said the lady, "you see white sail upon the sea? Yonder goes Macduff to the court of England. You will never see him again until he comes with young Prince Malcolm to put you down from your throne and put you to death. You will never be able to take your yoke upon the neck of Thane of Fife." Some say that Macbeth was so enraged at the escape of Macduff that he stormed to the castle and put to death the wife and children of Macduff. But others say that Macduff turned back from the strong castle and its brave defenders and returned to his own house in Dane, where he lived. I don't know. Macduff readily found Prince Malcolm and the English king, fitted them with an army. Upon entering Scotland, a large share of nobles deserted Macbeth and joined forces with Malcolm. The army marched as far as Brenham Wood, where they encamped to rest and recuperate. Macbeth, in the meantime, shut himself up in his own castle, where he thought himself safe, according to the old woman's prophecy, until Brienne Wood should advance against him, and this he never expected to see. Malcolm's army, having entirely recovered their strength and vigor, at length were ready to march. As they were about to start, Macduff advised each soldier to cut down the bough of a tree and carry it as so to conceal the strength of the army as they crossed the valley. The sentinel on the castle walls saw all these green boughs and boughs, and advancing ran to Macbeth and informed him the woods of Burnham were moving towards the castle. The king at first called him a liar and threatened to put him to death, but when he looked from the walls himself, he saw the appearance of the forest approaching. He remembered the prediction and felt that the hour of his destruction had come. The followers were also superstitious and began to desert him, but Macbeth, at the head of those who remained true to him, sailed outward and sallied out and was killed in a hand-to-hand conflict with Macduff. This story, a tradition, is told by Sir Walter Scott and forms the foundation of Shakespeare's great tragedy of Macbeth. We are getting ready to go into Old Ballads. I am going to turn the camera off for you can keep looking at the book. We're going to be here 5 more. I'm just going to take a 5-minute break. Marley says he is about to starve to death. So So I'm going to take him down. All right, let's say we got Marley right here. He says he has to go downstairs and eat his lunch, and I need to take a quick break. So we'll be right back. Just go get your something to eat or something to drink, whatever you need, and we are getting ready to move on to book number 2. All right. And I know you can still hear me. Okay, guys, I'm not quite back from my commercial break. I just let the dogs outside. I had to get something to eat and go to really quick. It's gotten so cool. Okay. Huh. Thank you all for being with me today, hanging out with me. It is so cold and so miserable that all I could do today was stay in bed and read. I'm going to come on over to my chat. Say hey to everybody while I'm eating real fast. Never fails. And it's to a certain time of day and then I'm pretty starving, right? Alright. Oops, I just lost my chat there. Went too big. Alright. Thank you for being here, Ryan. Sure to appreciate it. I'm on TV. Hey, Peyton, thank you for coming in and watching today, listening. I hope you're having a great afternoon. We're doing great today. Who else has popped over? Nomad, my friend from, he is over in Brazil. Thank you for popping in. I just like these new emojis. Kind of the theme of the channel. Sleep videos, study videos. I hope you guys are able to hear. I'm really going for a nice, soft, kind of idea, you know? That's the plan. Alright. I have a little food in me now. A little sip of my joint. We'll be ready for the next story. I have such a hard time with my dyslexia pronouncing all of those historical names. I just make stuff up. But what we're going to read next, the next chapter is called Old Ballads. And they should kind of roll a little bit easier, if that makes sense. Oh my gosh, these beans are great. Alright, and set that down. I appreciate everybody that has come in to support this today. I really do. I won't be back tomorrow night, 7:30 Eastern Standard Time, to do the reading. I had to block the dog out too. Alright guys, we are back. Maybe not. Here we are. I moved my position. Alright, here we go. I got my blankie. All set. I'm just so cold. Alright. Old Ballads. The first ballad is called Chevy Chase. God prosper long our noble king, our lives in safety all. Woeful hunting once there did, and Chevy Chase befall. A stout Earl of Northumberland, avowed to God to make his pleasure in the Scottish woods 3 summer's days to take. The chiefest hearts in Chevy Chase to kill a bear away, the tidings of the Earl Douglas came, in Scotland's where he lay. He sent Earl Percy present word he would prevent his sport. The English Earl, not fearing that, did to the woods resort. 1,500 bowmen old, all chasing men of might, who knew full well in time of need to aim their shafts all right. The gallant greyhound swiftly ran to chase the fallow deer. On Monday they began to hunt when daylight did appear, and long before high noon they had 100 fat buckskin sleigh. Then, having dined, the drovers went to rouse the deer again. Lord Percy to the quarry went to view the slaughtered deer. Quoth the Earl Douglas promised this day to meet me here. But if I thought he would not come, no longer would I stay. With that brave young gentleman, thus did the Earl say. Lo, yonder doth Earl Douglas come, his men in armour bright, full 200 Scottish spears, all marching in our sight. Earl Douglas on his milk-white steed, most like a baron bold, rode foremost of his company, whose armour shone like gold. Show me, he said, whose men you be. Thou hunt so boldly here, that without my consent dost chase and kill my fallow deer. The first man that did answer me was noble Perry he, who said, we list not declare, nor show whose men we be. Yet will we spend our dearest blood, thy chiefest hearts to slay. And Douglas swore a solemn oath, and thus enraged did say, ere thus I will not outbraved be. One of us two shall die. I know thee well, an earl thou art, Lord Percy, so am I. Let you and me the battle try, and set our men aside. Cursed be he, Earl Percy said, by whom this is denied. Stepped a gallant squire forth. Wuthering was his name. He said, I would not have to told to Henry our king. Shame, thou art my captain foot on foot, and I stood to look on thee. You two be earls, said Witherington, and I a squire alone. I'll do the best that do I may, while I have power to stand. While I have power to wield my sword, I'll fight with heart and hand. Our English archers bent their bows, their hearts were good and true, and the first flight of arrows sent, full 80 Scots they slew. Yet stays Earl Douglas on the bent, as good chieftain stout and good, valiant captain, all unmoved, the shock he firmly stood. His host he parted had in three, as leaders wear and tire, and soon his spearmen on their foes were down on every side. At last these two stout earls did meet, like captains of great might. Like lions woad they laid on load, and made a cruel fight. Yield through thee, Lord Percy, Douglas said, I faith I shall bring, for thou shalt high advance be by James or Scots king. Thy ransom I will freely give, and thus report of thee, thou art most courageous knight that I ever did see. No, Douglas, said Earl Percy then, thy proffer I do scorn. I will not yield to any Scot, not ever that were born. With that came an arrow keen out of an English bow, and struck Earl Douglas in the heart, and a deep and deadly blow. Who never spoke more words than those, bite on my merry men all, for why my life is at an end, Lord Percy sees my fall. Then leaving life, Earl Percy took the dead man by the hand, and said, Earl Douglas, for thy life, I would have lost my land. In truth, my very heart does bleed with sorrow for their sake. For more remorse redoubted knight did ever make. The knight amongst the Scots there was, who saw Earl Douglas die, who straight in wrath did not vow vengeance on Earl Percy. Sir Hugh Montgomery was called, who with a spear bright, while mounted on a gallant steed, ran fiercely through the fight, and post the English archers all, without a dread or fear, and though Earl Percy's body then he thrust his hateful spear. So thus did both these nobles die, whose courage none could have stained, and English archers then perceived the noble Earl was vain. I was slain. Again Sir Hugh Montgomery to right a shaft he sent, a grey goose wing that was thereon in the heart's blood was wet. This fight did not last from break of day to the setting sun, but when they rang the evening bell, battle scarce was done. Of 1,500 Englishmen went home but 53. The rest in Chevy Chase were slain under the greenwood tree. The news was brought to Edinburgh, where the Scottish king did reign, that brave Earl Douglas was suddenly with an arrow slain. Oh heaven, heavy news, King James did say, Scotland can witness be. I have not any captain more of such an account as he. Like tidings to King Henry came within a short space, that Percy of Northumberland was slain in Chevy Chase. Now God be with them, said our king, since 'twill no matter be. I trust I have within my realm 500 as good as he. Yet shall not Scot or Scotland say, but I will vengeance take. I will revenge on them all for brave Earl Percy's sake. This vow will well the king perform. After at Humbledown, in one day 50 knights were slain, with lords of high renown, and the rest a small account did. Many hundreds die. Thus ended the hunting of Chevy Chase, made by Earl Percy. God save the king and bless this land with plenty joy and peace. A great hence, and thou date, and thou debate, which twixt noble men may cease. This next one is, hold on, I gotta take a bite. Welcome, everybody. You're finding these readings as relaxing as I do. Well, I didn't realize I was so hungry. Valentine, when you were showing Flora grins to deck the field. procession fine, the holy clerks their martins sing to good Saint Valentine. The king of France that morning fair would a hunting ride to Arthur's forest, Artois, forest, prancing forth, and all his princely pride. To grace his fort, a courtly train of gallant peers attended, and with their loud and cheerful cries the hills and valley rend. Through the big forest swift they pass, through the woods and thicket wild, when down within the lonely dell they found a newborn child. All in the scarlet handkerchief lay, the silk so fine and thin, a golden mantle wrapped him around, and with a silver pin. Sudden sight surprised them all. The courtiers gathered round. They looked and called the mother's seat. No mother could be found. At length the king himself drew near, and as he gazing stand, the pretty babe looked up and smiled, and stretched his little hand. Now by the rod, King Pepin says, the child is fair passing. I won't be. I want he is of gentle blood, perhaps some prince's heir. Go bear him home unto my court with all the care you may. Let him be Prince Valentine, and honor of this day. And look me out some cunning nurse, well nurtured, let him be. Nor aught be wanting that becomes a barn of high degree. They looking out a cunning nurse, and nurtured well was he, nor aught was wanting that becoming a barn of high degree. Thus grew the little Valentine, beloved, the king and peers, and showed all that he spoke or did, a witting beyond his years, chief and gallant feats of arms he did himself advance. Yet ere he grew a man's estate, he had no peer in France. And now the early dawn began to shade his youthful chin, when Valentine was dubbed a knight, that he might glory win. A boon, my gracious liege, I beg a boon of thee. The first adventure that befall may be reserved for me. The first adventure shall be thine, the king did smilingly say. Not many days when lo, there came 3 palmers clad in gray. How gracious lord, they wept and said, and now pass. It was meet from audience. As far as we are come, with weak and weary feet, within these steep and dreary woods there dwells a savage boy, whose fierce and mortal range doth yield a subject dire and noble. To more than savage strength he joins, and more than human skill. Armed so no cunning may suffice his cruel rage to still. Upon then rose Sir Valentine, and claimed the arduous steed. Go forth and conquer, said the king, and great shall be thy need. While mounted on a milk-white steed, his armor white as snow, well seen a virgin knight, who ne'er had fought a foe. To Artois forest he repairs, with his haste he may, as soon as he spies the savage youth, a rendering of his prey. His unkempt hair all matted hung, his shaggy shoulders rounded, his eagle's eyes all fiery glowed, his face was fury frowned, like eagle's talons glued his nails, his limbs were thick and strong, and dreadful was the knotted oak he bare with him along. Soon as Sir Valentine approached, he started with a sudden spring, and yelling forth a hideous howl, he made the forest ring. When a tiger fierce and fell has spied a passing roe, it leaps at once upon its throat, so sprang seas, but met his tall uplifting spear, which sank him to his knees. A sentence stroke so stiff and stern had laid the savage low. But springing up, he raised his bow and aimed a dreadful blow. The watchful warrior bent his head and shunned the coming stroke. Upon his sacred spear it fell, and all to shivers broke. Then lighting nimbly from his steed, he drew his burnished brand. The savage quick with lightning flew, and wrestled it from his hand. 3 times he grasped the silver hilt, 3 times he felt the blade, 3 times it fell with furious force, 3 ghastly cuts it made. Now, with redoubled rage he roared, as eyeballs flashed with fire. Each hairy limb with fury shook, and all his heart was ire. But soon the knight with active spring erupted his hairy foe, and now between their sturdy fists hath many a bruising blow. But brute force and savage strength to art and skill must yield. Sir Valentine in length prevailed, and won the well-fought field. Then binding straight his conquered foe, fast with iron chains, he tied him to his horse's tail, and led him o'er the plains. To court his hairy captive soon, Sir Valentine doth bring, and kneeling down upon his knee, presents him to his king. With loss of blood and loss of strength, the savage tamer grew, and Sir Valentine became a servant tried and true. And 'cause we first was bred, your sign that called his name, a name which unto the future times the muses shall proclaim. We are finished the first half of this book, and I'm going to continue to eat. We are now entering the second stage of story. We're going to start with the earliest Eastern record. Once again, let me get research. If you're coming in, once again, no, I am not any way, shape, or form purposely mispronouncing words to frustrate people. It's literally my dyslexia, so I'm doing the best I can with that. I'm going to adjust everything a little bit. Let's get a little darker in here. So the earliest Eastern record. Alright, please forgive my mispronunciation. Let us continue with our day of relaxation. Early Eastern record. The Sin. I can't even pronounce it. The Sin. Sennacherib. That's what we'll go with. Then Isaac, son of Amos, went to Pisgah, saying, Thus saith the Lord of Israel, that which thou hast prayed to me against Sennacherib, king of Assyria, I have heard. This is the word that the Lord has spoken concerning me. The virgin daughter of Zion hath despised thee, and laughed thee to scorn. The daughter of Jerusalem hath shaken her head at thee. Whom thou shalt reproach and blaspheme, and against whom hast thou exalted God? Lay the waste and lifted up thine eyes on high, even against the Holy One of Israel. By messenger thou hast reproached the Lord, and hast said, with the multitude of my chariots, I am come up to the heights of the mountains, to the sides of Lebanon, and will cut down the tall cedar trees, therefore the choice fir trees, therefore, and I will enter into the lodging of his brothers, and into the forest of his Carmel. I have digged and drank strange waters, and with the sole of my feet I have dried up all the rivers of besieged places. Thou hast not heard long ago how I have done it of ancient times, and have formed it now, how I have brought to pass thou shouldn't be laid waste, fenced cities unto ruinous heaps. Therefore their inhabitants were all small power. They were dismayed and confounded. They were the grass of the field, and the green herb, as the grass on the housetops, and the corn blast before it grew up. But I know thy abode, and thy going out, and why going out, and thy coming in, and thy rage against me, because thy rage against me, and thy tumult is coming up into mine ears. Therefore I will put my hook in thy nose, and my bridle in thy lip, and I will turn thee back by way of which thou camest. And this shall be a sign unto thee: ye shall eat this year each thing as grow of themselves, and in the second year it shall spring at the same, and in the third year sow ye, and reap, and plant vineyards, and eat their fruits therefore. And remnants that is escaped of the house of Judah shall yet undertake root downwards, and bear fruit upwards. Out of Jerusalem there shall go forth a remnant, and they that escape out of Mount Zion, the zeal of the Lord, the host shall do this. Therefore thus saith the Lord concerning the king of Assyria: he shall not come into this city, nor shoot any arrows here, nor come before it with shield, nor cast a bank against it. For the way that he comes, by the same shall he return, and shall not come into the city, saith the Lord. For I will defend the city to save it for my own sake, and for my own servant David's sake. And it came to pass that night that the angel of the Lord went out and smote the camp of the Assyrian 180, 5,000. And when they rose early in the morning, behold, they were all dead corpses. So Sennacherib, king of Assyria, departed, and went and returned, and dwelt in Nebiah. Well, now we're going to talk about his destruction. We're way back in Babylon with these tales. Very interesting. Let's see what has happened in Old Babylon, right? All right. The Assyrian came down like a wolf on the fold, and his cohorts were gleaming in the purple and gold. The sheen of their spear was like the stars on the sea. And when the blue wave rolled nightly on the deep Galilee, like the leaves of the forest when the summer is green, that host with its banners at sunset it was seen. Sorry, there you go. Like the leaves of the forest when autumn has grown, the host of the morrow lay within the strode, for the angel of death spread its wings on the blast and breathed in the face of the foe as it passed. And the eyes of the sleepers waxed deadly and chill, and their hearts, when at once heaved forever, grew still. And there lay the steed, his nostrils still wide, but through them there rolled not a breath of his pride. And the foam of his gasping lay white on the turf, and as cold as the spray of the rock beating the surf. And there lay the rider, distorted and pale, with the dew on his brow and a rust on his mail. And the tenants were all silent, and the banners alone, the lances uplifted, and the trumpet unblown. The widows of Asher are loud in their wails, and the idols are broken, and the temple of Baal, and the might of the Gentile, unsmoked by the sword, has melted like snow in the glance of the Lord. This one is called Galusium. It's early Eastern records. When Galusium, the son of Ariston, attempted to harangue the people from a desire, but he was not yet 20 years of age, to have a share in the government of the state. No one of his relatives or other friends could prevent him from getting himself dragged down from the tribunal and making himself ridiculous. But Socrates, who had a friendly feeling towards him on account of Charmides, son of Galutian, as well as the Count of Plato, succeeded in prevailing on him by his sole dissuasion to relinquish his purpose, and meeting him by chance, he first stopped him by addressing him as follows, that he might be willing to listen to him. Galutia, he said, have you formed an intention to govern the state for us? I have, Socrates, replied Galutia. Jupiter, rejoined Socrates, it is an honorable office. Can any other among men be so? For it is certain that if you attain your object, you will be able yourself to secure whatever you may desire, and it will be a condition to benefit your friends, and you will rise your father's house and increase the power of your country. You will be celebrated, first of all, in your own city, and afterwards through Greece, and perhaps also like somebody else, among the barbarians, and whether may be, ever you may be, you will be an object of general admiration. Lucian, hearing this, was highly elated and cheerfully listened. Socrates next proceeded to say, but it is plain, Lucian, if you wish to be honored, you must benefit the state. Certainly, answered Lucian. Then, in the name of the gods, Socrates, do not hide from us how you intend to act, but inform us what will precede you who began to benefit the state. Lucian was silent, as if just considering how he should begin. Socrates said, as if you wish to aggrandize the family of a friend, you would endeavor to make it richer. Tell me whether you would like manner also endeavor to make the state richer. Assuredly, he said, would it not then be richer if its revenues were increased? is at least probable, said Pollution. Tell me then, proceeded Socrates, from what the revenues of the state arise, and what is their amount, for you have doubtless considered in order that if any of them fall short, you may make up the deficits, and if any of them fail, you may procure fresh supplies. These matters, by Jupiter, replied Pollution, I have not considered. Well then, said Socrates, if you have omitted to consider this point, tell me at least the annual expenditure of the state, for you undoubtedly need to retrench whatever is not needed in it. Indeed, replied Pollution, I have not yet had time to turn my attention to that subject. We will therefore, said Socrates, put off making our state richer for the present. For how is it possible for him who is ignorant of the expenditure and its income to manage these matters? But Socrates, observed Pollution, it is possible to enrich the state as the expense of it is possible to enrich the state at the expense of our enemies. Extremely possible indeed, replied Socrates, if we be stronger than they. But if we be weaker, we may lose all that we have. What you say is true, said Galatian. Accordingly, said Socrates, he who deliberates with whom he shall go to war ought to know the force both of his own country and that of the enemy, so that if his own country can be superior to that country, he may advise it to enter upon the war. But if it's inferior and may persuade it to be cautious in doing so. You are so right, said Galatian. And the third place. In the first place, then, proceeded Socrates, tell us the strength of the country by land and sea, or next to that of its enemy. But by Jupiter, exclaimed Galatian, I should not be able to tell you at the moment at the world and at the world. Well then, if you haven't written it down, said Socrates, hang it, for I shall be extremely glad to hear what it is. But to say the truth, replied, I have not yet written it down. We will therefore put off considering about war for present, said Socrates, for it is very likely that on account of the magnitude of these subjects, as you are just commencing your administration, you have not yet examined into them. But to the defense of the country, I am quite sure you have directed your attention, and that you know how many garrisons are in an advantageous position, and how many not so, and what number of men would be sufficient to maintain them, and what number would be insufficient, and that you will advise your countrymen to make the garrisons in advantageous positions stronger, and to remove the useless ones. By Jove, replied the kid, I shall recommend them to remove them all, as they keep guard so negligently that the property is secretly carried off out of the country, and yet if we remove the garrison, said Socrates, do you not think that the liberty will be given to anybody that pleases to pillage? But, he added, have you gone personally and examined as this fact? Or, how do you know that the garrison conducts themselves with such negligence? I form my conjectures. He said, well then, inquired Socrates, shall we settle about this matter? Also, when we no longer rest upon conjecture, we have obtained certain knowledge. Perhaps that, said the child. to the silver mines, however, continued Socrates. I know that you have not gone so as to have the means of telling why a smaller revenue is derived from them than came in some time ago. I have not gone thither, he said. Indeed, place, said Socrates, is said to be unhealthy, so that when it is necessary to bring it under consideration, this will be significant excuse for you. You jest with me, said the young man. I am sure, however, proceeded Socrates, that you will not neglect to consider but have calculated how long the corn which is produced in the country will suffice to maintain in the city, and how much is required for the year, in order that the city may not suffer from scarcity unknown to you, but that from your own knowledge you may be able to give your advice concerning the necessities of life to support the city and preserve it. You propose a vast field for me, said the youth. If not, if it will be necessary for me to attend to such matters, nevertheless, proceeded Socrates, a man cannot order his house properly unless he ascertains all that is required, and take care to supply it with everything necessary. But since the city consists of more than 10,000 houses, and since it is difficult to provide for so many at once, how is it that you have not tried to aid one first of all, supposing that of your uncle, for it stands in need of help? You are able to assist that one, you may proceed in assisting more. But if you're unable to benefit one, how will you be able to benefit many? Just as it is plain that if a man cannot carry the weight of a talent, he need not attempt to carry a greater weight. But I would improve my uncle's house, said the child, if he would be persuaded by me, and then said Socrates, when you cannot persuade your uncle, you do not expect to make all the Athenians together with your uncle yield to your arguments. Take care, young man, lest while you're eager to acquire glory, you meet with the reverse of it. Do you not see how dangerous it is for a person to speak of or undertake what he does not understand? Contemplate, among other men, such as you know to be character that plainly talk of, and attempt to do what they do not know, and consider whether they appear to you by such conduct to obtain more applause or censure, whether they seem to be more admired or despised. Contemplate again those who have some understanding of what they say and do, and you will find, I think, in all transactions that such are praised and admired are of the number of those who have the most knowledge, and that those who intercensor and neglect are among those that have least. If therefore you desire to gain esteem and reputation in your country, endeavor to succeed in gaining a knowledge of what you wish to do. For if, when you excel others in this qualification, you proceed to manage the affairs of the state, I shall not wonder if you very easily obtain what you desire. That was written by Seneca. All right, let us continue on, guys. Look at my chair. Cyrus and his grandfather. When Cyrus was 12 years old, his mother, Donna, and Donna took him with her to Medea, to his great-grandfather, who, for many things, he had heard the favor of the young prince, with a great desire to see him. And this court, young Ceres found very different manners from those of his own country. Pride, luxury, and magnificence reigned here universally. The grandfather himself was richly clothed, had his eyes colored, his face painted, and his hair embellished with artificial locks. For the Medeas affected an effeminate life, to be dressed in scarlet and to wear necklaces and bracelets, whereas the habits of the Persians were very plain and coarse. All this finery had no effect upon Cyrus, who, without criticizing or condemning what he saw, was content to live as he had been brought up and adhere to the principles he had embodied from his infancy. He charmed his grandfather with his spring, with his wit, and gained the favor of all by his noble and engaging behavior. I shall only mention one instance whereby we may just a judge of rest. The grandfather, to make his grandson unwilling to return home, had made a sumptuous entertainment, in which there was a vast plenty, a profusion of everything that was nice and delicate. Cyrus looked upon all this exquisite cheer and magnificent preparation with great indifference, and observed that it excited indifferent, and observing that it excited and surprised his grandfather. Persians, says he to the king, instead of going such a roundabout way to appease their hunger, they have a much shorter one, and the same end, a little bread and caress with them will answer the purpose. Grandfather, desiring Cyrus to dispose of all the meats as he thought fit, the latter immediately distributed them to the king's officers in waiting, to one because he thought he distributed them to the king's officer in waiting, to one because he taught him to ride, another because he waited well upon his grandfather, and a third because he took great care of his mother. Saccas, the king's cup-bearer, was the only person to whom he gave nothing. This officer, besides the post of cup-bearer, had the likewise of introducing those who were to have audience with the king, and as he could not possibly grant that favor to Cyrus as often as he desired it, he had the misfortune to displease the prince, who took his occasion to show his resentment. Grandfather, manifesting some concern at the neglect of this officer, from whom he had particular regard, and who deserved it, as he said, on account of the wonderful dexterity from which he served him. "Is that all, father?" replied Cyrus. "If that's sufficient merit for your favor, you shall see I am quite, I will quickly obtain it, for I will take upon me to serve you better than he." Cyrus immediately equipped as a cupbearer, and advancing gravely with a serious counterstance, a napkin upon his shoulder, and holding the cup nicely with 3 of his fingers, presented it to the king with dexterity and grace that charmed both his grandfather and his mother. When he had done, he threw himself upon his grandfather's neck and kissed him, and cried out with joy, "Oh, Sacca, poor Sacca, thou art undone. I shall have thy place. The grandfather embraced him with great fondness and said, I am highly pleased, my dear child. Nobody can serve me with better grace, but you have forgotten one essential ceremony, which is that of tasting. And indeed, the cupbearer was used to pouring some of the liquor into his left hand to taste it before he presented it to the king. No, replied Cyrus, it was not through forgetfulness that I omitted that ceremony. Why then, asked his grandfather, with a reason, did you not do it? Because I apprehended there was poison in the liquor. Poison, child? How could you think so? Yes, poison, father. Not so long ago, at an entertainment you gave to the lord of your court, after the guests had drank a little of that liquor, I perceived their heads were turned. They sang, made noise, and talked. I did not know what. You yourself seem to have forgotten that you were king and that they were subjects, and when you would have danced, you could not stand upon your legs. Why, said his grandfather, have you never seen the same thing happen to your father? No, never, said Cyrus. What then? How is it with him that he drinks? Why, when he has drunk, his thirst is quenched, and that is all. Mother, being upon the point of returning to Persia, Cyrus joyfully complied with the repeat request of his grandfather and made him to stay in Media, being desirous, as he said, to perfect himself in the art of riding, which he was not yet the master of, and which was not known in Persia, where the barrenness of the country and its craggy mountains situated rendering it unfit for the breeding of horses. During the time of his residence at the court, his behavior procured him infinite love and esteem. He was gentle, portable, and generous. Whenever the young lord had any favor to ask the king, Cyrus was their solicitor. If the king had any subject of complaint against them, Cyrus was their middleman, and their affairs became his, and he always managed them so well that he obtained whatever he desired. All right. So they're going to tell us one more story about dear old Cyrus. So let's see what we got with Cyrus now. It's a little closer, my friends. It's getting dark. Shift. All right, here we go. All right. Cyrus and the Armenians. The king of Armenia, who was vassal to the Medes, looked upon them as pretty to be swallowed up by a formidable league formed against them, though it fit to lay hold of the occasion to shake off their yoke. Accordingly, he refused to pay them the ordinary tribute and send the number of troops he was obliged to furnish in time of wars. Is highly embarrassed. Hold on, I better shift that. Somebody's highly embarrassed. Let's find out who. All right, this highly embarrassed. I'm going to say Cyclops, who was afraid at this juncture to bring new enemies upon his hand. If he undertook to compel the Armenians to execute their treaty. But Cyrus, having informed himself exactly of the important points to keep which it was not likely to succeed. He therefore appointed a great hunting match on the side of the country, for it was his custom to ride out the way and frequently to hunt with the king's son and young noblemen of Armenia. On the appointed day, he set out with numerous people. The troops followed at a distance, and they were not to appear until a signal was given. After some days' hunting, when they had nearly reached the place where the court resided, Cyrus communicated his design to his officer and sent Perseus with a detachment, ordering them to make themselves master of a certain steep area where he knew the king used to retire in case of an alarm with his family and his treasures. This being done, he sent a herald to the king of Armenia to summons him to perform the treaty, and in the meantime ordered his troops in advance. Never was the court in greater surprise or perplexity. The king was conscious of the wrong he had done and was not in a condition to support it. However, he did what he could to assemble his forces together from all quarters, and in the meantime dispatched his youngest son, called Debris, to the mountains with his wives and daughters, and whatever other was most precious and valuable. But when he was informed by his scouts that Cyrus was closely pursuing, he entirely lost all courage and all thought to make defense. Armenians followed his example, ran away, every one where he could, to secure what was dearest to him. Cyrus, seeing the country covered with people that were endeavoring to make their escape, sent them word that no harm should be done to them if they stayed in their houses, but that as many who were taken running away should be treated as enemies. This made them all retire to their habitations, except for a few that followed the king. On the other hand, they that were conducting the princess to the mountain fell into the ambush and that had been laid for them, and were almost taken prisoner. The queen and the king's son and his daughter and his eldest son's wife and all the treasures all fell into the hands of the Persians. The king, hearing this melancholy news, was not knowing what would become of him, retired to a little house where he was presently invested by the Persian army and obliged to surrender. Cyrus ordered him with all his family to be brought to the midst of the army, and that very instant Tigranes, the king's eldest son, who was returning from a journey, and so moving a scene he could not forbear weeping, Cyrus addressed him and said to him, "Prince, you are come very seasonable to be present at the trial of your father." And immediately he assembled the captains of the Persians and Media, and called it also great men of Armenia. Nor did he so much as exclude the ladies from the assembly who were there in their chariots, but gave them full liberty to hear and see all that passed. When all was ready and Cyrus had commanded silence, he began with requiring of the king, and that all the questions he was about to propose to him would be answered sincerely, because nothing could be more unworthy of a person of his rank than to use dissimulation or falsehoods. The king promised he would, and Cyrus asked him about different times, proposing each article separately and in order, whether it was true that he had made a war upon king of Medes, his grandfather, or whether he had not overcome in the war, and in consequence, his defeat had concluded a treaty with them, and whether by virtue of that treaty he was obliged to pay certain tribute, to furnish a certain number of troops, and not to keep any fortified places in his country. It was impossible for the king to deny any of these facts, which were all public and notorious. For that reason, then, continued Cyrus, hadn't you violated that treaty in every article? For no other, replied the king, and because I thought it a glorious thing to shake off the yoke, to live free, and leave my children in the same condition. It is glorious, answered Cyrus, to fight in defense of liberty. But if any one, after he is reduced to servitude, should attempt to run away from his master, what would you do to him? I must confess, said the king, I would punish him. And if you had given a government to one of your subjects, and he should be found to misbehave, would you continue him in his post? No, certainly. I would put another in his place. And if he had amassed great riches by an unjust practices, I would strip him of them. But which is still worse, if he had held intelligence to your enemy, how would you treat him? Though I should pass sentence upon myself, replied the king, I must declare the truth. I would put him to death. I must. At these words, Tigranes tore his tiara from his head and rent his garments. The woman burst out into lamentation and outcries of the sentence had actually passed upon him. Cyrus, having again commanded silence, Tigranes addressed himself to the prince to this effect: Great prince, can you think it consistent with your wisdom to put my father to death, even against your own interest? How is it against my interest? Replied Cyrus. Because he was never capable of doing you service. How do you make that appear? Do the faults we commit enhance our merits? Give us new title considering the favor. Certainly, they certainly do, provided they serve us to make us wiser, for wisdom is estimable value. Are either riches, courage, or address to be compared to it? Now it is evident a single day experience has indefinite improvement on my father's wisdom. He knows how dear the violation of his word has cost him. He has proven and felt how much you were superior to him in all respects, and he is not able to succeed in any of his decisions, but you have happily accomplished all yours, and with such expedition and secrecy that he has found himself surrounded and taken before he expected to be attacked, and at the very place of his retreat has served only to ensnare him. But your father, replied Cyrus, has yet gone no suffering that can have taught him wisdom. The fear of evil, answered Tigranes. When it is so well founded as this is, has much sharper sting, and is more capable of piercing the soul than the evil itself. Besides, permit me to say with gratitude, is a stronger and more privileged motive than any whatsoever, and there can be no obligation in this world of higher nature than those you will lay upon my father fortune, liberty, scepter, life, wife, and children, all restored to him with such generosity. Where can you find, illustrious prince, in one single person so many strong, powerful ties to attach him to your service? Well then, said Cyrus, turning to the king, if I should yield to your son's entreaties, with what number of men and what sum of money will you assist us in the war against the Babylonians? My troops and treasure, said the Armenian king, are no longer mine. They are entirely yours. I can raise 40,000 foot and 8,000 horses. And as for money, I reckon, including the treasure which my father left me, there's about 3,000 talents, talents ready money. All these are wholly at your disposal. Cyrus accepted half the number of troops and left the king with another half for the defense of the country against his enemies whom he was at war with. The annual tribute which was due to the maids he doubled, and instead of the 50 talents, exacted 100, and borrowed the like sum, and over and above his own name. But what would you give me, Cyrus, for the ransom of your wives? All that I have in the world, replied the king, and for the ransom of your children, the same thing. From this time, then, you are indebted to me in the double of your possessions. And you, Tangris, at what price would you redeem the liberty of your lady? And now he had lately married her and was passionately fond of her, at the price of 1,000 lives, if I had them. Cyrus then conducted them to his tent and entertained them at supper. It was easy to imagine what transports of joy there must have been upon this occasion. After supper they were talking about various subjects. Cyrus and Tangris was about what was become of the governor whom had often seen hunting with him, and for he had a particular estate. Alas, he is no more, and I dare tell you by what accident I lost him. Cyrus pressed him on to tell. My father, continued Tangris, seeing I had a very tender affection for governor, and that I was extremely attached to him, suspected it might be of some ill consequence, and put him to death. But he was so honest a man that he was ready to expire. He sent for me and spoke to me in these words, Tangris, let not my death occasion any dissatisfaction in you towards the king your father. What he has done to me did not proceed from malice, but only from prejudice and a false notion wherewith he was unhappily blinded. Oh, the excellent man, cried Cyrus, never forgot the last advice he gave you. When the conversation was ended, Cyrus, before they parted, embraced them all as a token with a perfect reconciliation. This done, he got into their chariots with their wives and went home, full of gratitude and admiration. Nothing but Cyrus was mentioned the whole way, some exalting his wisdom and others his valor, some admiring the sweetness of his temper, others praising the beauty of his person and his majesty of his mien. And you, the tigress arose, addressing himself to his lady, what do you think of Cyrus' aspect and deportment? I do not know, replied the lady. I did not observe him. Upon what subject, then, did you fix your eyes? Upon him that said he would give 1,000 lives to redeem my liberty. The next day, the king of Armenia sent presents to Cyrus refreshments for his whole army and brought him double the money he had required to furnish. But Cyrus took only what he had stipulated and restored him the rest. Armenian troops were ordered to be ready in 3 days, and Tengris desired to command them. The Macedonian Empire. I really know I'm butchering these names, but we're doing the best we can, and hopefully you're falling asleep anyway and only listening to half of them, right? Thank you guys for being with me. Drop down in the comments and leave a comment so I can be sure I know who to return some love to, right? All right. The Macedonian Empire. The Battle of Lydia, in which the army of the Persian king Xerxes. I'm going to butcher these names again, I'm sorry. Persian king Xerxes was defeated and destroyed. The Greek state became a dominant power in the civilized world, and the Greek state became center of influence and art. And Hercules, the successor of somebody from Athens in riches and beauty of her palace and temple, arrived at the point of excellence far surpassed anything the world had seen before, but jealous between different states led to civil war and desolated the whole land, and in the next 150 years, scarcely any progress was made in adding to the national strength. While these bloody wars were going on principally between Sparta and Athens, the tribe of Macedon, a region lying immediately north of Greece, rapidly becoming civilized and consolidated. In 350 BC, Philip, infamous for an easy name, became the reigning monarch. He was very desirous of being considered as a Greek, and invited distinguished men to his court and ordered public rejoicing in his kingdom when his chariots had won a prize at the Olympic Games. He was very clever and cared little about the justice and honor of the means by which he attained his end, which were to hold his subjects and the rest of Greece and to conquer Persia. The first design he succeeded. With a latter, he only prepared the way for his son. He had both to form his office and his army. The first attempt by bringing the young nobles to his court and there instructing them, and at last he succeeded in a remarkable manner. The chief strength of the army, as he consisted the chief strength of the army was the phalanx, a body of 16,000 foot soldiers, fully armed in the Greek fashion, with spears 24 feet long. When drawn up in order of the battle, 4 front ranks of their spears pointed outward and stood at such space apart that the foremost line had 4 spear points between each man, and enemy, or on occasion, they marched in with their shields touching to form an almost impenetrable wall. As soon as Philip's design against Greece were apparent, strong spirit of resistance showed itself, chiefly among the Athens, where the great orators never ceased to rouse the country to maintain their freedom. The orator had trained himself in eloquence under great difficulties. His natural stammered or had indistinct pronunciation, a deficit which he endured to cure by speaking with pebbles in his mouth, and he used to rehearse his speeches into the roar of the sea in order to nerve himself against the clamors and tumultuous symbole. He so far succeeded that he was often swaying the minds of Athenians. His name stands at the first of the orators, and his Philippics, as his discourse against Philip, are considered as modern models of rhetoric. And we're reading classic stories, guys. All right. So, in 1338, a battle was fought by Philip against the allied forces of the Athenians and the Thebans at one time, and the Athenians gained some advantage, but they used it so ill that Philip, calling out to his troops, "They do not know how to conquer," made a sudden charge and routed them with great slaughter. The battle was ended, the end of the independence of Greece, from which this time forward became subject to Macedonia, in spite of the many struggles to shake off the yoke and recover the liberty for which had been lost for want of a firm, united, settled government. King of Macedonia next commenced his arrangements for his favorite scheme, the invasion of Asia. But in 3036, in the midst of feast, in honor of his daughter's marriage, he was unalived by a young Macedonian noble who was slain in the first anger of the surrounding guards without having time to disclose the motive of his crime. Alexander, son of Philip, and his girlfriend, his queen, Olympias, were 20 years of age when he came to the throne. On the night of his birth, the temple of Diana at Euphrates was burned to the ground by a man named something, in the foolish desire making himself notorious, and this Alexander liked to consider as an omen that he should himself kindle a flame in Asia. He traced his descent from the father's side, from Hercules, and by his mother's from Achilles, and throughout his boyhood he seemed to have lived in the world of the old Greek poetry, sleeping with Homer's work under his pillow, and dreaming in the deeds in which he should rival fame of the virtues of Troy. He was placed under the care of Aristotle, the great philosopher, to whom, when Philip had written to announce Alexander's birth, he had said he had not known whether most to rejoice at having a son, that his son would have such a teacher as Aristotle. All right. From the young Alexander learned to think deeply and resolved firmly and devised plans of government by others. He was instructed in the grateful accomplishments of the Greeks, and under his father he was trained to act promptly. At 14, he tamed the noble horse. Anyway, he tamed a noble horse, which no one else sent him out. 2 years later, he rescued his father in a battle with the Scythians, and he commanded cavalry in another war. But he was so young that at the time of his ascension that the Greeks thought they had nothing to fear from him. They were very ungenerous, rejoicing at Athens, laughing at the murder of Philip. His son thought he had just lost a daughter, proud of himself with the wreath of flowers, and the same with a great token of joy, to announce it to the Athenians. So soon after the event, was almost as excited the suspicion that he must have been concerned in the crime. But they found their joy was unfounded, for no sooner did Phoebus take up the arms than Alexander marched against it, destroyed the walls, killed many of the citizens, and blotted it out from the number of Greek citizens. Other states did not dare to make any further opposition, and he was thus at leisure to prepare for the invasion of Persia. Leaving Antipater as governor of Macedon, he set out in the spring of 1334 at the head of 30,000 infantry, 4,500 cavalry, and bent farewell to his native land, which he was never to see again. He crossed the Hellespont and was the first man to leap on Asiatic ground. Then, while his forces were landing, he went to visit the spot which had long been the object of his dream, the village which marked site of Troy. He offered in sacrifice at the tomb of Achilles, hung upon him his own shield of the temple, and took down one which was said to be a relic of the Greek conquerors, intended to have it always borne before him in battle. His march was at first towards the east along the shore until the river of Granus. He met the Persians dawn up the other bank of the river. Under the command of Limon, Alexander himself at the head of the cavalry charged through the midst of the rapid stream and won the landing place, and followed by the phalanx, quickly gained a complete victory. All the neighboring country fell into his hands. That was easy. After taking possession of it, he changed his courses, marching along the shores of the Aegean, taking all the towns. It was the first object to cut the Persians off from their seaports, and thus driving them one of their fleet, which was so superior to his own that he never ventured onto the high sea. This march around the western and southern coast of Asia Minor, together with expedition into the interior, occupied a year, and in the early part of the summer he arrived at Tarsus. Here, on entering the city, overwhelmed with heat and fatigue, he bathed in the cold waters of the Sidon, wherever it was, and the chill brought on a violent fever which nearly cost him his life. A letter was sent to warn him that his physician Philip had been bribed by the Persian king to poison him. While he was reading it, the physician himself brought him a draught of medicine. The king put the letter into his hand, took the cup, and drank it off, even before Philip could profess his innocence. 3 days' time he was again able to appear at the head of his troops, and not before he was needed, for the enemy's army was near at hand, and the king Darius, and under the king Darius himself, the Persians advanced in great state. First came a number of persons bearing silver stars, on which burned the sacred flame. Then followed the Magi, and 365 youths, robed in scarlet, in honor of the day of the year. Next came the chariot and horses of the sun, with their attendants, and afterwards the army itself, an immortal band, a gold handled lances, white robes, and jeweled corslets, and a host of other less noted, all the more fit for show than battle. Darius himself, arrayed in purple robes, glittering with jewels on the midst of the chariot covered with gold ornaments, and with him came his mother, his principal wife, and his daughters, and a number of other ladies, and a multitude of slaves. This unwieldy and useless host took up their position on the hilly ground above the city of Issus, where they were entangled among the rocks, that their number were of little profit to them, and an easy victory for the Macedonians. No sooner did Darius see that the day was against him than he turned his chariot and fled, leaving his family to fall to the hands of the conqueror, while he himself hastened to Babylon to collect another army. Alexander treated the mother, wife, and children of Darius with great kindness and courtesy, sending an officer to assure them of his protection, and going the next morning to visit them, accompanied by his friend, a young man of his own age. Alexander thought of the beautiful and noble courtesans, and well formed for strength and activity, was rather short in stature, and his dress was very simple. The woman mistook his friend for the king of Macedonia, and threw herself to the ground before his friend, and was greatly confused and distressed when she discovered her error. But Alexander said, as he raised her, "You are not deceived, for he is Alexander's other self." He gave her the name of mother, never sat down in her presence except at request, and showed in every point of respect and courtesy, such as she had probably never before received from the Asiatic prince, who always held women in contempt. Pursuing his intention of first destroying the naval power of the Persian Empire, Alexander next entered the city and was ready to receive the submission of the Sidon, but Tyre refused to admit him within the walls. Now, New Troy was built after 70-year desolation, which followed the conquer of a different war, stood upon the island about half a mile from the shore, and was inhabited by numerous and brave people, who thought themselves secure from any enemy, who had no place to flee, or a way to bring them to him. Alexander was, however, not to be daunted by any difficulty. His first attempt to build a causeway from the shore to the island, and then he went to the Trojans. And when the Trojans destroyed his best work, he went to Sidon, and there he obtained a fleet, by means of which he sustained his victory by a cruel slaughter and made slaves of all who lived there were spared, excepting a few who contrived to conceal in their ships. So some people hid in somebody else's ships. This was the final fall of the great. My goodness, it's the final fall of the great something. Great merchant city, so often predicted by Isaiah and Ezekiel. Then he marched through the rest of Palestine, intending to punish Jerusalem, which stood loyal to Darius and refused to send him supplies. The Jews on his approach prayed for guidance and protection, and it was revealed to Judas, the high priest, that he should open the gates and go forth in his sacred robes to receive the Grecian conquerors. It was accordingly done, and Judea in the vestments of Aaron came forth, and the head of the choir of priests in white garments, as Alexander and the Greeks mounted the hill towards the city. No sooner did the king meet the procession than he bent down to the ground in adoration and walked in the midst of the priests to the temple where a sacrifice was offered. And he not only spared the Jews, but showed them much favor. He told his generals that before he left Macedon, he had seen in the dream a figure exactly resembling the high priest, which had foretold all his conquests, and assuredly there is little reason to doubt that such a revelation might have been made to conquer, marked out clearly by prophecy before he set out on the works appointed. Both his predecessors in conquest, as soon as they came in contact with the chosen people, they were taught that they were the subjects of the prophecy, and Alexander, in his turn, was shown by Judas, the prediction of Daniel, which spoke of him as a he-goat, the actual insignia of Macedon, who came from the west and smote the ram and broke his two horns, and eased him down and trampled on him, cast him down and trampled on him. And the rough goat is the king of Persia. Then he proceeded southward, besieged, and took Gaza. There, the brazen resistance, which he cruelly waited, and entered Egypt, submitting with little difficulty. On one of the peninsulas from the mouth of the Nile, he found a city called after his name, Alexandria, which became the capital of Egypt under the Greek rulers, and one of the most famous cities in the world. He made an expedition to the temple of Juniper Ammon on the oasis of the Libyan desert, and consulted the oracle there. And then, after appointing a Macedonian satrap in Egypt, retraced his steps towards the Holy Land and marched towards Babylon, where Darius was again collecting his forces to oppose him. Oh my goodness. Alexander's conquest. So we are still conquesting with Alexander. Alright. Alexander crossed the Euphrates and Tigris without opposition and the decisive battle did not take place until he reached the plains of Arabella. The Persians were drawn upon to receive him, The Macedonians wished to make the night attack, but Alexander would not permit it, saying that he disdained to steal a victory, and the combat took place the next day. The present army of Persia was drawn from the more remote regions where the men were more warlike, and they fought better than any whom the Macedonians had before encountered. But Darius himself fled early in the day, leaving behind him his bow and shield. His men lost courage and followed him, and Alexander was left master of the field of Arabella. This battle placed in his power all the western parts of the Persian Empire, and he had only to march the great city of Babylon, Susa, whatever, to take possessions of the huge stores of treasure there heaped up by the Persian kings, which now distributed among his followers with royal bounty. The unfortunate Darius escaped into Patria, where two satraps in whom he confided treacherously seized him and made him prisoner, carrying him along with them as they fled before Alexander, until at length, being closely pressed by the Greeks, they threw their darts at him and left him lying on the ground, mortally wounded. There's Roman darts, good gracious. Thank you guys for hanging with me today while I spent my day in bed reading. Best to do on a cold winter's day. He was still alive when some of the Greeks came, but died before the arrival of Alexander. The conqueror wept as he held the corpse of the last of the line of such great princes. He threw his own cloak over him and sent it to Babylon, where it was buried with great magnificence. The wife of Darius had died a prisoner, but somebody else remained with the grandchildren in Babylon. Only once does Alexander seem to have hurt her feelings, and this was through ignorance of Persian culture. He showed her some robe of his sister's own weaving and embroidery, and offered to have her granddaughter instructed in the same art, at which she wept, since Persian ladies deemed such employment work fit only for slaves and captives. Alexander was obliged to explain how honorably the loom and needle were esteemed by his own countrymen. Alexander was much attached to his own mother, Polyphemus, and a portion of this letter to her has come down through our time. She was a proud and violent woman who often interfered with the governor of Macedonia and caused him to send many complaints to the king. Said Alexander, mother does not know that one tear of a mother will blot out 10,000s of his letters. Alexander had indeed an open and affectionate heart. He was fast becoming too much uplifted by his successes. On Darius's death, he took the state as well as the title of King of Persia, wore the tiara and robes, and claimed from the Macedonia the same servile tokens of homage as were paid by the Eastern nations, thus causing perpetual heartburning among them, since they could neither endure to see their king exalted so much further above them, nor be placed in the same level with the barbarians who they despised. Their jealous troubled Alexander. From time to time he assumed the tiara of Persia. He found it impossible to raise the conditions of the Persians and treat them with favor without offending the Macedonians, and his temper did not always ensure these provocations. The worst action of his life was when the sentencing to death of on a false accusation, the wise old general Armento and his son. I lost my place. Well, I don't see it. So all right. He slew with his own hand his friend, the nurse son, who had saved his life in a battle. It was the deed of a moment of drunken violence, he so bitterly lamented, shutting himself up for 7 days without allowing anyone to approach him, and paying all honors to the memory of his unalived friend. His pride and vainglory went so far that he declared that the oracle of Jupiter had announced that he was the son of Jupiter and sent to Greece to desire to be enrolling among the gods in his lifetime. Some of the Greeks were shocked at his profanity. Others laughed at him, but all the Spartans said was, if Alexander will be God, let him be. The 4 next years were the most laborious of Alexander's life. He pursued the murderers of Darius into Bactria and somewhere else, avenged his death, and renounced the numerous hill forts as far as the frontier of Scythia. Fierce insurrection broke out among the wild tribes, which it required all of his activity and judgment to quell, and more than once provoked him into cruelty, though in general, conqueror as he was no spoiler, but whenever he found cities and tried to teach the Persians the civilized arts of Greece. Keep losing my place, guys. Being civilized in Greece, but go so far. In 326, he set out for India, as the region was called round the river Indus. There the inhabitants were warlike, and Horus, king of the portion of the country, made a brave resistance, but was at length defeated and taken prisoner. On being brought before Alexander, he said he had nothing to ask save he be treated as a king. That I shall do for my own sake, said Alexander, and accordingly not only set him at liberty, but enlarged his territories. All of these Indian nations brought the tribute of elephants, which the Macedonians now for the first time learned to employ in war. Alexander wished to proceed into Hindustan, a country hitherto, entirely unknown, but his soldiers grew so discontent at the prospect of being led so much farther from home into the uttermost parts of the earth that he was obliged to give up his attempt and very unwillingly turn back to the banks of turn back from the banks of the river. While returning, he besieged a little town belonging to a tribe called the Mali, and believed to be the present city of Multan. He was the first to scale the wall, and after 4 others mounted, the ladder broke, and he was left standing on the wall, and marked with the darts of the enemy. He instantly leapt down within the wall into the midst of the Mali, and there set his back against a fig tree, defended himself till the barbed arrows deeply pierced his breast, and after trying to keep up a little longer, he sank, fainting on his shield. His 4 companions sprung down after him. 2 were slain, but the others held their shield over him till the rest of the army succeeded in breaking into the town and coming to the rescue. His wound was severe and dangerous, but he at length recovered, sailed down the mouth of the Indus, and sent a fleet to survey the Persian Gulf. While he himself marched along the shore, the country was bare and desert, and his army suffered dreadfully from heat, thirst, hunger, while he readily shared all their provisions. A little water was once brought to him on a parching day as a great prize, but since there was not enough for all, he poured it on the sand, lest his faithful followers should feel themselves more thirsty than when they saw him drink the water. At last he safely arrived at Carmania, hence he returned to the more inhabited and wealthy parts of Persia, held his court in great magnificence at Susa, and then went to Babylon. Here, embassies met him from every part of the known world, bringing gifts and homage, and above all, arriving from the Greek states the much desired promise that he should be honored as a god. He was the highest pitch of worldly greatness to which mortal man had yet obtained. And his designs were reaching yet further. But his hour was come, and at Babylon, the home of pride, the great horn was to be broken. In the marshes into which the Euphrates had spread since its channel was altered by Cyrus, there breathed a noxious odor, and a few weeks after Alexander's arrival, he was attacked by a fever, perhaps increased by the intemperance. He bore up against it as long as possible, continued to offer sacrifices daily, though with increasing difficulties summoned his officers to arrange plans for his intended expedition, but his strength failed him on the 9th day, and though he called them together as usual, he could not address them. Perhaps he thought in the hour of the prophecy he had seen at Jerusalem that the empire he had toiled to rise should be divided, for he was reported to have said that there would be a mighty contest at his funeral games. He made no attempt to name a successor, but he took off his signet ring placed it on the finger of one of his generals, and a short time after expired in the 33rd year of his life. Excuse me. And the 12th of his reign, he was gone. There was a voice of wailing throughout the city. That night, the Babylonians shut up the houses and trembled at the neighborhood of the fierce Greek soldier. Now that their protector was dead, the Macedonians stood to arm all night as if the presence of the enemy. In the morning, officers assembled in the palace chamber. Excuse me. Bitter and irrepressible was the burst of lamentation that broke out. The sight of the vacant throne, where lay the crown, scepter, and royal robes, and there was the general, now placed signet ring. More deeply than all mourning mourned the prisoner, the aged, who covered the aged woman who covered her face with black veil, sat down in the corner of her room and refused all entreaties to speak or eat. And she expired 5 days after Alexander. All right. Nor did the Persians soon cease to lament the conqueror who had ruled them more beneficially than their own monarchs had done. Their traditions made Alexander a prince of their own and adored him with every virtue valued in the East. He had a great many faults, and he had already been shown, and of course, by the rules of justice, his conquests were but reckless gratifications of his own ambitions. But he was high-minded, generous man, open of heart, free of hand, and for the most part, acting up to his knowledge of right, and if unbridled power, talent of the highest order, and glory, such as none before had ever seen, has ever attained, influence his position. And it laid it not for us to judge severely of one who had such great temptation and so little got to guide him along the way. All right, Judas, Maccabeus, the Hebrew William Tell. The kingdom of Judah escaped destruction at the hands of somebody. Sennacherib, but its respite was short. Soon afterward, Babylon closely related to Assyria. Hold on, let's readjust, guys. Thank you for spending your day in bed with me so we can read together. Ooh. Come on in. Enjoy the book in the background. Let's keep reading. I sure do appreciate everybody being over here. And just remember, because of my severe dyslexia, it definitely makes it hard to pronounce most of these old names. Thank you so much. Blessed. We have Nomad Volante. Patrick, of course, Simone is here. Fabulous. Paige is fabulous. I wonder who that is. Yeah, we're going to finish this book. It's a big undertaking, so let's get back. This is kind of where I'm taking the channel. Quiet, relaxation, reading, meditation, just chill. I'm creating chill. All right, Judas, Maccabeus, Maccabees, the Hebrew William Tell. The kingdom of Judah escaped destruction in the hands of Sennacherib, but its but the respite was short. Soon afterwards, Babylon, closely related to Assyria and the heir of the domain, swept into captivity in distant Mesopotamia, nearly all that were left of Hebrew stock. For a time, the nation seemed to have been wiped from the face of the earth. The 10 tribes of Israel that had first dragged forth never returned to Judea, and their ultimate fate after the destruction of Neviah, whose splendor they had in their servitude done so much to enhance, was the was that of the homeless wanderers. The harp of Judah sat silent upon the devastated banks of the Jordan, was hung upon the Babylonian willows. For how could the exiles sing the Lord's song in a strange land? But the cry went forth at length that Babylon had fallen in her turn, just as the destruction had before undertaken. 9. Neviah. In the middle of the 6th century, Cyrus the Mede made a beginning of restoring the exiles, who straightway built anew the temple walls. In David's time, the population of Palestine must have numbered several millions, but it largely increased during the succeeding reign. Multitudes, however, had perished by the sword, and other multitudes were retained in strange lands. Scarcely 50,000 found their way back to the time of Cyrus to the desolate site of Jerusalem. But 100 years later, the number was increased by reinforcing under Ezra. From this astonishing vitality, a new Israel was presumably developed, with weapons always at hand to repel the freebooters of the desert. They constructed once more the walls of Jerusalem. Through all their harsh experience, their feelings of nationality had not been all abated. Their blood was untouched by foreign admixture, though some Gentile ideas had entered into the substance of their faith. The convictions that they were the chosen people of God was unshaken, as in the ancient time. With pride as indomitable as ever, entrenched within their little corner of Syria, they confronted the hostile world. But a new contract was at hand for more memorable even than that with the nations of Mesopotamia, a contact whose consequences affect at this present hour the condition of the greater part of the human race. In the year 332 BC, the highest priest, Judas of Jerusalem, was in agony, not knowing how he should meet certain new invaders in the land before whom Tyre and Gaza, the old Philistine stronghold had fallen, and who were now marching upon the city of David. But God warned him in a dream that he should take courage, adore the city, and open the gates, and that the people should appear in white garments of peace, but that he and the priests should meet the strangers in the robes of their office. And at length the head of the stupendous train of the generals and tributary princes and of young men of 24 upon beautiful steeds rode forward from the way going down to the sea on a spot at which still may be seen. The prospect became from the point one approaching could behold for the first time Jerusalem crowned by the temple rising fair upon the height of Zion and Moriah. The youth possessed a beauty of type in those regions hitherto little known as compared with the swarthy Syrian in his suit. His skin was white, his features were stamped with impress of command, his eyes filled with intelligent light. With perfect horsemanship, he guided the motions of his charger, and fine grace marked his figure, cut off with a cloaked helmet and gleaming arms, as he expressed with animated gestures his exultation over the spectacle before him. But now, down from the heights came the procession of the priests and all. The multitude proceeded in their robes of white. The priest stood, clothed in fine linen, while the high priest, in attire of purple and scarlet, upon his breast the great breastplate of judgment with its jewels, upon his head the mitred mark of the gold with the plate of gold, whereon was engraved the name of God, led the train with venerable dignity. Now, says the historian, when the Phoenicians and the Chaldeans that followed Alexander thought that they should have liberty to plunder the city and torment the high priest to death, the very reverse happened. For the young leader, when he saw the multitudes in the distance and the figure of the high priest before approaching him by himself, saluted him and adored the name which was graven upon the plate of mitre. Then a captain named Parmeno asked him how it came to pass that when all others adored him, he should adore the high priest of the Jews. To whom the leader replied, I do not adore him, but that God who hath honored him with his high priesthood. For I saw this very person in a dream, in the very habit when I was at Dios in Macedonia, who, when I was considering how I might obtain the domain of Asia, exhorted me to make no delay, but boldly to pass over the sea thither, for that he would conduct my army and could give me domain over the Persians. Then, when Alexander had given the high priest his right hand, the priest ran along by him, and he came to the city and offered a sacrifice to God in the temple according to the high priest's direction, and magnificently treated both of the high priest and the priest. He granted all the multitude desired, and when he said to them that if any of them would enlist themselves in his army on the condition that they could continue under the laws of their forefathers he was willing to take them with him. Many were ready to accompany him to war. But the Aryan troop that went southward is less interesting to us than companies that departed westward. For those westward marching bands went the primeval forefathers from which venerable loins we ourselves have proceeded. They passed into Western Asia and from Asia to Europe, each migrating multitude impaled by a new swarm sent forth from the parent hive to be the parent hive behind, and at the head of the Adriatic Sea of an Aryan troop had divided, sending down into the eastern peninsula the ancestors of the Greeks, and the western peninsula the train destined to establish upon the seven hills of the power of Rome. Already the Aryan pioneer, the Celts, on the outermost rocks of the western coast of Europe were fretting against the barrier of the storming sea, across which they were not to find their way for many ages. Already the Phoenician merchants trading for amber in the far off Baltic had become aware of the wild Aryan tribes pressing to the northwest, the the something in the Goths, already perhaps upon the outlying spur, the Ural range, and still other Aryans had fixed their hold, the propagators of the Slav. The aboriginal savage of Europe was already nearly extinct. His lance of flint had fallen harmless from the Aryan buckler. His rude altars had become displaced by shrines of new gods. The Mediterranean Sea, such sunny isles and pleasantry had long been in Aryan hands, and now it in the wintry forest in the north woods, the the restless multitudes have more recently fixed their set. In Macedonia, the Aryans, having established their domain in Europe, marched back upon the track with their forefathers long before them had followed westward. And now it is that the Hebrews became involved with the race that from that day to this has been the master race of the world. Remember, this was written in 1889, please. It is a contact place under this. It was a contact placed under circumstance. It would seem the most auspicious, the most venerable old man and the beautiful Greek youth clapping hands, the ruthless followers of the conquerors baffling in their hopes of booty, and the multitudes of Jerusalem in their robes of peace, filling the air with acclamations as Alexander rode from the place of prospects upon the heights of Zion into the solemn precipice of the temple. The successors of Alexander the Great made the Jews a link between the Hellenic population that had become widely scattered through the east, and by the Macedonians' conquest and the great barbarian races among the Greeks, whom the Greeks had placed themselves. The disposition of the Jews, which had already taken place to such an extent throughout the Assyrian and Babylonian conquest, went forward now more vigorously throughout Western Asia, as they were found everywhere, but it was in Egypt that they obtained the highest prosperity and honor. One city alone, Alexandria, alone it is said to have contained at length 1,000,000 Jews, whom the Greek kings of Egypt and the preferred in every way to the native population. Elsewhere, too, they were favored, and hence they were everywhere hated. Their hatred assumed a deeper bitterness from the fact that the Jews always remained a Jew, marked in garb, in feature, and in religion, faith, always scornful, asserting the claim. Remember, this book was written in 1889. This is what is written, not my opinion, okay? I'm just reading the stories. All right. That they ascertained the claim that he was the chosen of the Lord. Palestine became important with the empire of something, and the Macedonian prince whom had fallen in Western Asia. Oppression at last succeeded the earlier favor. The defenses of Jerusalem were demolished, the temple defiled with pagan ceremonies, and now it is that we reach some of the fine figures of Hebrew history, the great high priest, the Maccabees. There dwelt in the town of Modin a priest, Matthias, the descendant of a descendant whom had been born of the 5 sons, John, Simon, Judas, Maccabeus, or the Hammer, Eliza, Jonathan. Matthias lamented the ravage of the land and the plunder of the temple by the Ephesians, and in the year 167 BC, the Macedonian king sent to Modlin to have sacrifices offered. The Asamoneans returned in spirited reply. "Thou art a ruler," said the king's officer, "and an honorable and great man in this city, and strengthened with sons and brethren. Now therefore come for thou first, so shall thou and thy house be in a number of the king's friends, and thou the city, and thou and thy children shall be honored with silver and gold and many rewards." But Matthias replied with a loud voice, "Through all the nations that are under the king's domain, obey him, and fall away every one from religion of their fathers. Yet I and my sons and my brethren walk in the covenant of our fathers. God forbid that we should forsake the law and the ordinances. We will not hearken to the king's words to go from our religion. Therefore, the right hand, neither on the right hand or the left." An heroic struggle for freedom at once began, which opened for the Jews full of sadness. An auspicious Jew approaching to offer sacrifice in compliance with the command was at once slain by Matthias, who struck down also Apelles, the king's general, with some of his soldiers, as he fled with his son into the desert, leaving his substance behind him. Many of the faithful Israelites followed and pursued by the Macedonians, seeking revenge. The oppressors knew how well to choose their time, attacking on the Sabbath day, when in accordance with old tradition it was a transgression even to defend one's life 1,000 times with their wives and children, 1,000 with their wives and children were burned and smothered in the caves in which they had taken refuge. But Matthias rallied those that remained, taught them to fight on the Sabbath and at all times. The heathen altars were overthrown and the breakers of the law were slain. The uncircumcised boys were everywhere circumcised. But the fullness of time approached for Matthias. After a year, his day of death had come, and these were his parting words to his son. I know that your brother Simon is a man of counsel. Give ear unto him. He shall be a father unto you. As for Judas Maccabeus, he hath been mighty and strong, even from his youth up. Let him be your captain, and fight the battles of the people, and meet among you the righteous. No sooner had the father departed than it appeared that the captain whom he had designated was a man as mighty as the great champions of old, Joshua and Gideon and Samson. His forthwith smote with defeat Apollonius the general in the Samarian country, and when he had slain the Greek, he took the sword for his own. Saron, general of the army of Syria, came against him with a host of the Macedonians, strengthened by apostate Jews. The men of Judas Maccabeus were few in number, without food, and faint-hearted, but he inspired them with his own zeal and overthrew the new foes at Barthron, the king, now called eastward to Persia, committed military matters to the Palestine to victory. Lysias, with orders to take an army with elephants and to conquer Judea, enslave its people, destroy Jerusalem, and abolish the nation. At once the new invaders were upon the land. Of foot soldiers there were 40,000, of horsemen 7,000. As they advanced, many Syrians reneged, and renegade Jews joined them. Merchants marched with the army, with money to buy the captives as slaves, and chains with which to bind those with whom they had purchased. But Judah Maccabee was no whit dismayed, causing his soldiers to array themselves in sackcloth. Okay. He made them pray to Jehovah. He dismissed those lately married and those who had newly come into great possessions as likely to be faint-hearted. After addressing those that he reminded, he set them to the ancient order of the battle and waited for the opportunity to strike. The hostile general, fancying he saw an opportunity to surprise the little band of Hebrews, sent a portion of his host against them by secret ways at night. But the spies of Judas were out, leaving the flares burning brightly in his camp to lure forward those who were commissioned to attack him. He rushed forth under the shadows against the main body, weakened by the absence of the detachment. He forced their position, through strongly defeated, overcame the army, then turned back and scattered utterly to the party who were seeking him in abandoned camp. He took great booty of gold and silver and of raiment of purple and blue. He marched home with the great joy of the villages of Judea, singing hymns to God, as was done in the day of Miriam long before, because they had triumphed gloriously. The next year, Lysias advanced from somewhere, the Syrian capital, and was a force of 65,000. Judas Maccabeus, with 10,000, overthrew his vanguard, upon which the victory, terrified at the desperate fighting, retired to assemble a still greater army. For a time, there was a respite from the war, during which Judas counseled the people to purify the temple. The Israelites, overjoyed at the revival of their ancient customs, the restoration of the old worship in all its purity, and the relief from the foreign oppressors, celebrated for 8 days in a magnificent festival. The lamps in their temple porches were rekindled to the sound of instruments and the chants of the Levites. But one vial of oil could not be found, when lo, a miracle, the one vial sufficed for the supply of the 7-branched golden candlestick for a week. This ancient Maccabean festival faithful Jews still celebrate under the name of Hanukkah, the Feast of Lights. Judas subdues also the people that were attacking from the south. His brethren too had become mighty men of valor. Jonathan crosses the Jordan with him and campaigns against the tribes to the eastward. Elzar is a valiant soldier, and Simon carries successor of the Jews in Galilee. But at length the Macedonian is again at hand, more terrible than before. The foot are 100,000, the horses 20,000, and the rallying point 32 elephants towering among the ranks. About each one of the huge beasts is collected a troop of 1,000 foot, 500 horses high. Turrets upon their backs are occupied by archers. Their great flanks and limbs are cased in plates of steel. The host shows their golden and bronze shields, making the sun a glorious splendor, and shout in exultation, so that the mountains echo. In the battle that followed, fortune does not favor the Jews. In particular, the champion Elazar lays down his life. He had attacked the largest elephant, a creature covered with plated armor, and carried upon his back a whole troop of combatants, among whom it was believed that the king himself fought. Elazar had slain those in the neighborhood, then creeping beneath the belly of the elephant, had pierced him. As the brute fell, Elazar was crushed in the fall. Judas was forced to retire within the defenses of Jerusalem, where still further disaster seemed likely to overcome him. Dissension among themselves, however, weakened the Macedonians. Peace was offered the Jews, and permission to live according to the laws of their fathers, proposals which were gladly accepted, although the invaders raised the defenses and the temple. The peace was not enduring. The new Macedonian invasion followed the new Hebrew successes. the Maccabees and their partisans making up, their fierce zeal and their military skill, the daunting valor, and their want of numbers. But the sad day came at last. Judas, 20 times outnumbered, confronted by the leader, Maccabees, Maccabees in Galilee, the Greek set horsemen on both wings, his light troops and archers before the heavier phalanx had taken his own station to the right. The Jewish hero is valiant as ever. The right wing of the army turns to flee. The left and the center, however, encompass him, and he falls fighting gloriously, having earned the name of the most skilled and valorous of the world's great vindicators of freedom. So that was two stories combined. It was James K. Homer's The Story of the Jews and Putnam's Story of the Nations series. I like in this book that they're putting where they have collected their stories from. All right, guys, we are still going. We are finally into the records. We are in the second book, honestly, of records. I am going to say farewell for now. I'm going to come back and finish this probably next Saturday. Yeah, it's been a great live. I thought I was going to be able to finish everything because, you know, it says it's only like 100 billion pages. But, yeah, I need to kind of get up and move a little bit today, actually. It says it is, yeah, we have 3 more legends to go through. And they're all just as long. So about 3 more hours of reading to go. But I think I'm going to go ahead and say, yeah, before we read the Roman, medieval, and then the Western, we'll just pick that up another night. I do want to thank each and every one of you for coming through. I hope this helped you fall asleep. I hope you found it. Thank you so much for still being here. Blessed Life Journey. Really do want to thank you. Remember, my membership is open and it is going through a revamp, as is the channel. We will have our daily Monday through Friday at 11:30. Our short loops come on, and also we have, that is a 1 to 2 hour meditation moment. Thursday our videos drop. On Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday nights at 7:30. I do a 1 hour short bedtime story reading. Also in our membership for the Big Nut series and up, I do the polls and the Whisper Wednesdays. I have a 99-cent tier and a $2.99 tier right now. I've just revamped all of the emojis. I've worked on those. So that's what's happening over in the membership. I'm going to make a new video, kind of list out all that's going on. But I want to thank everybody for being with me these 4.5 hours today. Well, like I said, we will finish this up a little bit later, probably Saturday. Have a fabulously fun rest of your night. Thank you all for all of your support. Thank you for all of my members. I know I see Nikki's Happy Lifestyle popping in, Phineas popping in, and of course, my one and only Patrick Pierce. He was around the #1 member of all time, right? Thank you guys, and until we meet again, have a wonderful evening. Stay relaxed.